Yes,
Okay, I'm trying to fix that. I'm sure you can hear me, but I can't hear you back. Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks for the response. Yeah, just give me a sec. Let me fix everything. Okay, so yeah, we are all set. Good evening, everybody. Please let me know if you can hear me. I can't hear anybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you from my own end.
I can hear
Oh,
you.
interesting. Okay. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you everyone for joining today's call. Again, my name is Balum Kudus Hadebowale, and I'm a chartered accountant, and I lecture case study as well as financial and corporate reporting. I'm popularly known as Iwelabi, and I will be taking us through the Ican case study, May 2023 diet present, courtesy of the finance business partner and accounting job up. Yeah, today we are going to be examining the case study exam. Number one thing we are going to be looking at is what exactly is this exam all about, and how do we approach this exam? Say we are in the exam hall already. But before we go into that, I will try to just give us a brief overview of my own experience writing the exam so that some of us probably who might have written this exam in the past, but due to one reason or the other failed the exam, can share similar experience. Right. Today's class is meant to be as interactive as possible. So if you are in a very nice, calm, and cool environment that you think you can on your video, please let's on it. Today's class is actually not some sort of lecture because I want to believe that next week is the exam. A number of us must have received one or two lectures. We must have done some preparation in the past. And as such, this particular session is actually meant to be an avenue for us to practice, because I want to believe that a number of us are busy professionals. We don't have that time to start practicing and all of those things. Or let me just don't assume. Let's take a poll. Let me quickly ask some questions and have us answer. Any of us, do we have anybody that have attempted, or if you have attempted writing a case study exam sample, like if you have attempted a sample before now, could you please raise your hand? Let's see. Do we have people that have attempted writing this report before now? Anybody? I'm not seeing any hands up. Like I said, this is not a lecture. This is meant to be a participatory class where we interact, exchange views, and all of those things, because lecture is usually the same way. But when it comes to interaction, when you participate, you remember a lot more than when I just deliver lecture, right? So do we have anybody? Does it mean that everyone on this call, none of us has tried writing a report before we get here? Okay, Juliet, just one person. Okay, okay, I think we have two people now. Three, interesting. It's getting interesting. Four, interesting. So we have like four people who have attempted writing the reports before now. Out of how many of us on the call? We are relatively like 38 on the call, and we could barely have 8 people to have attempted writing a report before now, and that shows how busy we are as professionals or as students. Right. Because of that business, that is the reason why we are definitely going to be using the approach that I will be introducing for this particular class or for this particular review session. Right. And what is the approach? The approach is simply for us to work the exam together. Like, We do as though we are in the exam hall, and then we work together. If you are in the exam hall, what do you do? Let's assume that we are already in the exam hall, and as such, we need to get the job done. Right. So, as much as possible, let's say you are already in the exam hall and then you need to get the job done. How do you go about doing it? Yeah, before we get to us speaking, let me just give us a bit of a background about myself. And from there, we are going to get into business proper. So, again, my name is Kudus, and I'm popularly known as the Welabi. And I have the National Diploma in Accounting. I was done in 2015, and before you know it, I did my Ican HS3 in 2017. I passed all. I did my skills level in that same 2017. I wrote my 4 papers. I passed, and then I moved to my final. And guess what? During my final, I wrote my 5 papers at once. But guess what? Out of the 5 papers that I wrote at once, I failed 3, though there are some circumstances that led to that. But aside from the circumstances that led to that, there was one particular thing that stood out for me during the process, and that was the way I approached the case study exam. And this is similar to how a number of other students must have failed. After I failed 3 papers out of 5, I went to rewrite the 3 papers in the next diet. That was May 2018. And I did not prepare as much as I did during the course of my first attempt, right? But the second attempt, I just tried to understand what the case study exam is all about, and I prepared towards that. And guess what? I passed. Even without writing as much as I did in the first time, right? And without preparing as much as I did in the first time, I passed the exam. And so what did I observe? I observed one thing, and that is what is common among students who have written the exam in the past and have failed. What is that? We are very, 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 very concerned about writing whenever we get to the exam hall than planning. We are always concerned about writing. We so much write, so much that even during my first attempt of the case study exam, I think if I'm not mistaken, I must have written not less than 20 pages or thereabout, and I still failed. And the second attempt, I did not write as much, and I passed. And since then, I tried as much as possible to study how I went about the exam, and I shared the same insight with people who have failed in the past and people who are just writing or who are just attempting the exam for the first time. And I found a number of them passing the exams. And even my personal student, who is like above 40, relatively 40 years of age, she's attempted the exam before, and I gave her the same trick, and then she passed. And what is this trick? Now we are getting to business. It's the same thing that how be asking us. Those of us that we still have our hands up, we can drop them now, right? So here's the thing: the class again is going to be as interactive as possible, and as such, I'll be asking questions, and I want us to attempt those questions as best as possible. When I say attempt those questions, I mean everyone, right? Because you are writing the exam in the coming week, and as such, you might not see that time to actually prepare as much as you want before the exam. So what can you do to even ensure that even if you don't prepare as much as you want before the exam, you still pass the exam? And that is it. So number one question that I would want us to discuss here is, I want to know how many of us have read through the present. Shewi Taiwo, you can please drop your hand. Okay, Alabi Abiola. Okay, so let me engage Alabi Abiola. Hi, Alabi. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So yeah, this is the catch. Let's say you've read through the Ican present case study, right? And now you are in the exam hall. How do you approach the case study exam? Just give us a rundown of how you approach the exam.
Um, Basically, I think I would write my report. I'll first do the appendix. Then, as I'm doing the appendix, I would begin the report simultaneously.
Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting. Is that all?
Yes.
No, try to give us more insight into how you want to go about it. So this here is the thing. I think we have not less than 2 hours for this class, and as much as possible, we are going to be using our 2 hours judiciously. So each time I call you, you have like almost 2 minutes to talk, to share what you want to do and how you want to go about it. Yeah, but then Alabi, I actually want you to, okay, so now you've read through the present, and you've seen what is there, and then there's likely going to be the unseen part of the case study. And now, from what I get from what you've said, is when you get your paper, number one cool thing that you want to ensure that you do is to do your appendices, and then as you are working on your appendices, you simultaneously go ahead to write your report. How does this work? Let's share ideas.
Okay. For instance, if I'm to calculate, let me say the ratios. After calculating the ratios in the appendix, I would go to the report, write a report on the ratios calculated. So that was what I meant by doing them simultaneously.
Yeah. So you're saying that as soon as you get your booklet, then you've read through the unseen part, then you go ahead with your ratio analysis, right? And then report writing on that ratio analysis, right? Makes sense. Okay. Let me have
Yes.
Shehu Taiwo. Let me have Shehu Taiwo. What will you do? You've been given the reports. What do you? You've been given your answer booklet and the question paper. How do you go about it? What are the first set of things? How are you approaching the case study exam? So we have Alabi, who has mentioned that he is going to be working on the ratios and then simultaneously working on the reports. Yeah, Shehu. Can Shehu hear me? Okay. If Shehu can't hear me, I think Juliet, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I think good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Okay, when I see such, the first thing I would go for is to see the unseen first, because since I've been able to see the present, I'll go for the unseen. Sorry, I was muted because of the baby, so I'm so sorry for the background sound. Okay, so I'll go for the unseen to see. First, I'll see the number of years we have that I'm going to work on using the appendix. And this time around, because I was among the people who raised my hand, I've attempted it before. I'm not going to dwell so much on the appendices this time, because the last time I didn't do proper planning. Do you know that I had to spend about 3 hours on my appendix? So when it was now time to go to the executive summary and all that, I was now blank. I didn't know what to do. So that was my last experience. It was a very terrible experience for me. So for the unseen, then get the requirements first. Then before I know, I'll start with the other.
You mentioned something. You go to the unseen, get the number of years to work on, then go to get to the requirements, right? Makes sense. And this is more as a result of your prior experience when you wrote the case study exam, and you started with the appendices first, and you found out that you spent a lot of time working on the appendices, so 3 hours, so much that by the time you eventually get to the report itself, you went blank, and time is out. Yeah, I think that is it, right? And that is what we want to learn in this particular session, for people to share their experience, so that some of us that are just writing this for the first time, we are able to learn from it, and then we are able to pick one or two, while I put structure into the approach of learning and the approach of you attempting the exam. And trust me, if you follow this approach, in this class, we are not, you shouldn't expect me to give you solution to the unseen part of the question. I am not going to give you solution. But what will I give you? I will give you a format that will help you to, attempt any kind of unseen part that you are saying in the exam, such that you are able to attempt the exam and you are able to pass. And the reason why I don't dwell much on giving solution is because some students get carried away. Once they get the solution of suggested unseen part of the case study, they start to cram them and then go to the exam hall without thinking of the technicality behind the report writing itself. And then they start dubbing and they start putting all of the things that they've crammed down. No, it doesn't work that way. The way it works and the way that helps you to actually nail the exam is to understand the technicality behind the report writing itself, and then the technicality behind the planning, and understand exactly what the examiners want to see in your report writing. We'll get there. Wasiu Ganil, yeah, your hand is up. You want to share with us how you are going to address the case study exam, given that you've seen the present and now you are in the exam or there is the unseen. How do you go about it?
Are you talking to me?
No, Wasiu Ganil.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, Wasi is my name. Yeah, my own experience. Actually, I've written before. Thank you, the facilitator. We appreciate this. I've written before, but what I could say that is the pitfall for me, to be precise, is a lack of planning that really causes it. But I, as Juliet said, appendices really consume my time. Before I could finish and start my report, time has already gone. I have to be scored for my paper when the invigilator's time is almost over. But the approach that I'm taking to adopt this time around, I've already tried as much as possible to go through my present as many times as possible. And when the unseen is coming out, I'm starting from unseen to see what has changed. As the objective of the organization has changed, what is the latest thing that I have to do? As the format that we thought has it changed. So I will start my work plan, do my cover page. If there's a way I can start to do my executive summary, I will start with my cover with the introduction.
Executive summary.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I will start doing my introduction. I know before I can complete my executive summary, I have to do some appendix. I will just pick some key factor that is necessary in appendix, come and report. Why I will doing it, try as much as possible to manage my time. Time management is key for me this time around. Thank you so much.
Very brilliant submission. Right. Very, very brilliant submission. And thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Wasiu. And this is the idea, right? For those of us who are just attempting this for the first time, it seems like the first two people that have spoken have attempted it before, they failed, and now they understood some of the pitfall that caused the failure. And you notice something is almost like similar in what both of them have said. And what is the similarity is they both mentioned something around planning and not doing the appendices first. Yeah, let me listen from anybody that has not attempted this exam before that wants to attempt the exam. Anyone? Anybody? Shegun, have you attempted the exam before, or you are just attempting it for the first time? Shegun, can you hear me? Okay, Funshaw, please go ahead. Hello, can we hear me?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Is it your first time attempting the exam?
This is my first time attempting the exam.
Okay, please tell me from your studies, from your preparation so far. Let's say you are already in the exam, or how do you attempt this exam?
Okay, so as soon as I get to the exam and I'll give me my paper, I won't go through the pressing again. I go to the next I go to the next exhibit, look for my requirements question. For my requirements question, I draw out my cover page, my executive summary, I start drawing them out, and my introduction. Then I go through the rest of the exhibit in the pressing. So I look at on scene rather, look at the pressing also. Okay, what's my requirements one? What exactly they tell me to do? Okay, start during my 8 boxes. And yes, move on from there, create them, go to my recommendation. Then, okay, if I have extra time, look at my requirements to also write the report before I go to the appendix. From like some, how will I put it? I can give some recommendations from the theory in the unseen. I can give some from general overview and the likes from the theory in the present. If I have extra time, then I go into the appendix of the requirement too. So for my requirements one, as soon as I'm done with my recommendation and conclusion, I copy them back into my executive summary. So it's like I've done quite a lot of my executive summary after finishing requirements one. If I go into my requirement two and finish up. So some other recommendation and conclusion, before I go into my my appendix of requirements two that I've gotten out, I copy them straight into my executive summary. And if I have excess time, if I still have extra time,
Interesting.
I do my
I love this. I love this, right? I love this. As much as I love this, my fear is how you think that you have excess time. Like I've had it like, if I have excess time, I will go back to this. If I have excess time, I will go back to this. I've never known that 4 hours is that short until I'm inside the case study exam, or like very, very short. I love your attempt, Funshaw, and that's actually a very brilliant attempt. You made mention of something that everybody on this call must notice and must take note of, and then that's going through the requirement. And this is the way you start. You mentioned you are not going back to the present, you are going to the unseen part of the case study, you are locating what your requirements are, and from there, after locating your requirement, you draft your cover page, you draft your executive summary and introduction, you start doing your 8 boxes, and you write your report. But you said you start with report 1 before you go back, do appendices, go back to report 2. If you have time, do appendices. And no, those ones, right from when you say you have to finish report 1, then go back to report 2. I think that's where we need to correct for you. And that's the reason why you are here. Anyway, let me take one more person. Joy. One last person, then I give it to us what I actually want us to know. Joy, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
This is my first time of attempting case study exam.
Interesting.
Okay, first of all, I'll read my requirements. I will also note my role and the recipient of my report. Also, I would go through my case study scenario and use a pencil to note some things. Also, I'll go back to my requirements. Since I've read it, I now know what I have to do. I'll go back to the requirements. Then I'll go back to my case study exhibit, noting in a separate sheet, like at the back of my answer booklet, I'll use a pencil and note the key facts of my exhibit. Then I'll move to my numerical exhibit and carefully note the things that I'm to do. Then I'll start my analytical work. Okay, I'll say I will use 30 minutes for all what I've said, and I will use 1 hour for my calculation and my analysis. Then I can use 2 hours for drafting my report. So this is what.
Out of the last 30 minutes, you have used 2 hours, 30 minutes now. Out of the last 30 minutes.
Okay, sometimes we plan and we can actually spend some minutes. So I'll
review the work, ba?
Yeah, exactly.
You are writing it for the first time, indeed. Well, yeah, I think I love your attempt. It's actually a very brilliant attempt, and I'm almost suspecting that you've seen one of my videos before. I'm almost
No,
suspecting.
I
Have you?
haven't.
Well, that's actually a very, very brilliant way to go about it. Yeah. So yeah, thanks everyone who have attempted this, who have shared with us how they are going to approach this. And so guys, if you are with a pen, if you are with anything that you can jot with, please let's jot. Aside from the fact that this thing is going to be recorded, let's jot. Let's make this interactive as best as possible, right? And let's ask questions. Let's, as I'm talking, let's be preparing the questions that we want to ask. And question asking doesn't necessarily mean after I am done talking. Why do I say so? I'm not presenting a lecture notes. I'm not presenting. I'm not making a presentation. We are in a class. I'm trying to get your thought process and trying to give you amendments into some of the things that I feel like there are loopholes, right? And the only way this class can feel personalized is when you attempt things when I'm asking questions, when you ask questions yourself based on what you are thinking. That is the only way the class will feel personalized. And some of the reasons why we fail sometimes, or some of the reasons why a number of students fail, is because they just assume that whatever the lecturer is saying, they know it, they understand it, until when they now face a challenge and things that they've never thought of can go wrong, then begin to look one kind, right? Let me just tell us some of the do's and don'ts that I've written down, right? Number one thing is this: do not get into the exam hall and start writing. Please, don't do that. No matter what you have seen elsewhere in terms of the unseen part, suggested solution, you have crammed it, you don't want to forget, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. Calm down. Just calm down. See, this particular case study exam has been designed in such a way that they are making you look like somebody that is working, that has experience working, and wants to give certain reports on certain activities to a officer. Understand the case study. Before you even start writing anything, try to understand what is happening in the case study. Without understanding what is happening in the case study, then whatever you write will likely go south. You don't understand what you are even writing, but you just feel like there is already a template, there is already a solution that you've seen somewhere, and you just start writing. That will be too disastrous. And as such, it should be avoided. Right. Number two is that don't spend hours on your appendices. Do not spend hours on your... And what do I mean that do not spend hours on our appendices? Let me reshare my screen. What do I mean do not spend hours on your appendices? See, guys, for those of us who have been writing the case study exam for a while, some of us, when we were writing sometimes back in 2017, 2018, when there were no present and stuff like that, right? When they paused the present for a while, some of us, we used to have up to like 5 years. Guys, let's follow me. I don't know if this will happen in the exam or it wouldn't. But so far, in this particular case study present that we've seen, right, is that it's going to be, they've given us 3 years financials. Mr. Wasi, do you have anything you want to say? Your hand is up. Okay. Currently, we all know that from the present that we currently have that we are reviewing, they've given us just 3 years financials. And it is almost like easy to do 3 years financials, right? But one thing you people, or a number of people, do forget is this. Sometimes, by the time you get to see the unseen Or back in the days when we have the unseen, everything is unseen, we have up to 5 years financials. 5 years. They give you like 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. In fact, it can even get to 2010. They give you like 5 to 6 years financials in terms of the balance sheet and income statement. And guess what? A number of students will go ahead and start doing trend analysis for all these things from 2005 to 2010. That is wrong. Completely wrong. They go ahead and I think I've also done, I don't think I did it in the exam, but when we started preparing for case study back in the days, I used to feel that we need to do all. But no, nobody requires you to do everything. Some of us will go ahead and we'll start doing trend analysis for 5 years, do trend analysis for 6 years, and 4 years. Some of us go ahead as long as 4 years. And guess what we usually do? We do this trend analysis line by line. That is very wrong. Very, very wrong. Like I don't know if some of us, we've thought about it, but let's think about this thing. Like you are literally doing trend analysis for year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. And then you are doing this trend analysis by you are calculating changes in administrative expenses. New minus old divided by old times 100. You do for year 1. New minus old divided by old times 100, year 2. And you continue to do like that up to year 3. And you are not using Excel. You are using pen on paper and you are wasting time. That is very, very time consuming. Right. Some of us go ahead and do ratios. We do ratios for 5 years. Very, very time consuming. Right. We go ahead. Some of us, we do trend analysis. We do ratio. We do common size analysis. We just do every kind of analysis that we know. That is wrong. Very, very wrong. And the reason why it is like that is because a number of us have not read through the case study exam to understand the context of what we are looking at and then decide what will be sufficient as answer or as appendices to corroborate our report writing. Right? And that is one of the reasons why we are here. Let us know that, see, case study exam is not a one size fits all. No, it's not. Case study exam is majorly how you are able to reason, justify what you've done, and present the same. You reason through what is the requirement. You do your own thing. You justify whatever you do, and then present it in a very logical manner. And how do I mean, right? I said that sometimes they can give us up to 6 years financials, and then some people go ahead and calculate these 6 years. And I said that it is wrong. And why is it not wrong? Imagine that you've done your trend analysis, you've done your common size, you've done your financial ratios, and some of us go ahead as far as doing like 20 ratios. You will do under profitability ratio alone. You will do return on equity. You will do net profit margin, gross profit margin, return on assets, return on equity, return on shareholders fund. Under profitability alone, you're already doing like 6 ratios, and you still do these ratios for individual years. That is a waste of time. Time wasters. That is what? A waste of time. And logically, if you think about it, you just need to think about it and try to reason. Let's say that even they now say you must do all these 6 years. Think about it as an accountant. And that is why, if you see through this particular case study exam, you will see that, number one of the key things that they mention here is applying judgment. One of the things, so this is what we are going to be using as our guide in this session. As we are going on, this is what we'll be using as our guide. I've kept it here. Guys, my people, right, as we are moving on, one thing we should always, once we start solving the case study, when I say solve, I don't mean like we are giving answers or something. Once we start solving together to understand the approach to use. One thing I want everybody to be conscious of is this part. Let's be conscious of this part. And whatever I am saying, to question it, to see whether it makes sense or not, let's always refer back to this part. Can we all see where I'm pointing to? Assessment of the case study. Can we all see it? Hello? Wow. Am I alone?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Yes,
Yes, sir. You're seeing it.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
please, guys,
First
let's be close by. Let's be close by. Some of us, if you are in a very silent environment, please unmute your mic. Let's just be close by so that it can be a lot more interactive, and I don't have to waste time asking whether we can see or not. So yeah, so as I've said, whatever I'm saying, one thing we should always come back to is this part. Let's always see whether I'm coming back to this part or not. Right. I was on the part that let's even say that they've given us 6 years financials. They now said we must calculate ratios for all the 6 years, right? They said we must. But then I've also mentioned something about time wasters, right? And I'm saying that, see, guys, this is the thing. Here is the catch. You're an accountant. If you look through the scenario and you look through the trend of that 6 years, when I say that you look through, I'm not talking of you are solving. You are not solving anything. Just mere looking at the numbers. And then you see that within the first 3 years, 6 years, you are looking at the first 3 years, and then you are looking at the numbers and you feel like the numbers are not so relevant. Or you look at the first 4 years, you are looking at the numbers. When I say you are looking at the numbers, let's say 2005, we have 2. 2006, we have 3. 2004, we have 4. 2005, we now have 20. 2006, we now have 40. And then you are now doing trend analysis, and then you are starting back from 2003 when you have 2, 3. It is not relevant. And anything that is not relevant, what do? You make your own judgment, you make your own decision, even if they say it is a must. This is a case study exam, and it requires you to use your own judgment. And when I say it requires you to use your own judgment, it is a presentation, it is a written exam such that what they want to know, what your clients want to see is relevant information. Anything that is not relevant, please don't bring it to the client's view. And how do I mean? You have seen that last 2 years, last 3 years doesn't really have any significant change. You see that 2001 is just 1, 2002 is just 2, 2003 is just 3, then 2004 is 20, 2005 is 30. And the next thing you do is to communicate that within your answer, and this is how we go about it, right? When you start like that, you've seen those things. You need to make a decision. And what is the decision to be made? I am not going to do 2001. I am not going to do 2002. And I'm not going to do 2003. I will be starting from 2004 up to 2005 or 2006. And why? Because those ones will be sufficient to get an insight into our report writing. And that is it. So what do I mean? Once you start writing like that, right, you are at the liberty to decide what to do. And then I said something, then justify why you are doing what you're doing. And this is it. There is a drastic change between 2003 and 2004. Then you can consider it 2003. And then when you are writing, what you want to say when you are writing your report is, given the case study, or for the context of this particular case study, we will be using or we will be leveraging the most recent 3 years to examine the financial position of XYZ Limited. And that is it. Or we have examined that the first 3 years of XYZ will be sufficient to determine its financial position and strength. Like, that is it. And then you use that to run your commentary. Because it doesn't even make sense that you are running a ratio for 6 years. How do you run your commentary? when you are not going to use the last 6 years. Imagine that you are running a ratio. They give you ratio that they give you fixed financials. They now give you industry average, the result of industry average. You now want to run ratio. Are you going to say that there is the ROCE of the company changes from 5% to 10% in 2021, then from 10% to 15% in 2022, from 15% to 13% in 2023? Anybody that is listening will just be like, guy, go straight to the point. What are you talking about? And then you still have industry standard or industry average to compare with. Then after you have wasted time discussing one thing that you will probably not even use in your narration, you have wasted time discussing it, then now saying that the thing in the next one, the industry standard, if you compare the industry standard to 2021, 2021 is lower. If you compare to 2022, 2022 is lower. No, those things are not required. In fact, whenever you have industry standard like that, if you are given industry average, what I would usually advise is to go for using 2 years, the most recent years, like the last 2 years will be sufficient for your analysis. And how do I mean? Because in your analysis, you want to compare what they did in the previous year, what they did this year, and then compare it to industry average. And how do I mean? Let's say year one, their return on capital employed, right, is 5%. And then year two, their return on capital employed is what? 10%. But then, at the end of the day, in the current year, when you compare the return on capital employed to industry average, it is now 11%. Industry average is 11%. They have done 5%. They have also, in year one, they've done 10% in year two. But industry average is what? 11%. Tell me, anybody to attempt this one, is the company doing well or not? Is the company doing well or not? So they did 5% in year one, 10% in year two. When you compare the year two to industry average, industry average is 11%. Is the company doing well or not? Can you run a ratio to say the company is efficient or not? Daniel, please go ahead. Daniel, please go ahead. We don't have too much time. I'll be moving towards getting things done now. Please, Daniel.
Can we end the question again?
Okay, so this is the question, right? A company has reported a return on capital employed of 5% in year one. When I had to report 10% in year two, when you now compare both years to industry average is 11%. I'm asking, is the company doing well or not? Or how do you run a ratio analysis? How do you run a ratio report on that particular company to say whether the company is doing well or not? Is the company doing well or not? That is even the question.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
My mic was off. I think the company is doing well, considering the fact that they first made 5% and now they're making 10%. In relation to the industry has 11%. So I think in relation to the industry, they are doing well. And we can only hope that in the coming years that they'll do better than that.
Okay, now I love the way you've approached it. Now let's say you want to run commentary on ratio. Try to run that commentary. We've gotten to ratio analysis already, but we'll still get there proper. Try to run that commentary. Or let's have Okoyemi. Okay, let's have Okoyemi run the commentary. Okoyemi, please go ahead. Okoyemi. Okoyemi, do you want to go ahead? Okay. Do we have anybody else that wants to? So please go ahead. Shegun, your mic is not muted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'll say the company is improving. That with their rows being 10% compared to the industry average of 11%. That's almost 90% of the industry average. So that means they have moved from that 5% and have been efficiently managing their resources for them to be like a market follower. Let's say the industry is the market leader, they are moving, they are improving.
Makes sense. Now, let me ask one last question. Please mute your mic. Thank you. Let me now ask one last question. That's for Okpeyemi now. Let me ask one last question.
Okay.
The previous year before year one, let me ask 4% before they have the 5%, before they have the 10%. Is the previous year of 4%
it's not actually relevant again. Since they are moving up, they are improving.
Exactly. And this is the idea of why once you look through the financials and you can determine, you are examining the financials without even solving anything. You are just looking at the financials and you can tell that, see, there has been a drastic change at one point. Trust me, you can decide that the years before those changes is not relevant. Then you start from the year that is the most recent to those changes, right? And from there, you move on. If I am to run commentary on that particular ratio, I will now say that the company was doing bad in year 0 when it was 4%. Then it further improves more to 5%. Then no, it doesn't make sense. The way I will have approached it, if I'm to run a commentary, would be that although XYZ Limited is below or is currently performing below industry average at 11%, right? Currently performing below industry average at 11%. Then I put the percentage of the industry average that it has been able to achieve. Achieving only 99.9% of the industry average. While this is not so great, it can be deduced from the previous year that there has been a drastic improvement in XYZ management of their resources as the company increased ROSE by what? 50%, growing from 5% in XYZ years to 10% in the current year. Trust me, nobody wants to mark that and won't give you a very good mark. We'll get to ratio analysis. It's 5. It's 5 already, so we are moving a bit faster now. Now let's get more practical. Let's go to the percent. Right. Going to the percent, I've said some don't waste time. So don't waste time. Don't calculate all ratios. In fact, when we get to ratios, we talk more about it. Don't waste time. Don't get to the exam hall and start writing. What to do when you get to the exam hall, number one thing to do is, as much as possible, read and read and read and read. Read the case study until you understand. See, some of us that have mentioned that you will not go through the precinct again, it's fine. If you have read it severally, it's fine. But if you haven't, I will still suggest that even when you are in the exam hall, read from the precinct to the end to connect the dots again. Connect the dots again. Don't just assume that you can remember all the precincts. Connect the dots. You will get to understand why I mentioned that you must connect the dots as we move on. Right. I've mentioned that you shouldn't waste time. You shouldn't get to the exam hall and start writing. And the next is now the do's. What you should do when you get to the exam hall. I've said number one, you are reading. Like you are reading. When I say you are reading, I'm not joking. Like you are just reading. You are reading to understand the context of the whole case study. It's not just you are skimming through or you are scanning through or any other form of reading that you are aware of that is not relating to understanding contextual framework of the case study. This one is you are reading over and over again to understand the context of the case study. No debate. You must understand the context of the case study, because I've seen in situations where people will go ahead. I think it was what's his name again? Let me remember this, my friend name. He mentioned his name. Funshaw, that mentioned that he was going to draw the 8 boxes. Yeah. I get that. There is usually the business analysis part of this whole thing. And you will not believe that in the exam hall, some people still go ahead and do SWOT analysis. They will do SWOT, they will do PESTE, and they will still do maybe Potter's 5 forces inside one writing. Like, what is happening? The reason why they were doing all of those things is because they don't understand the context of the case study enough to know which one will be sufficient for what they are meant to do. If you understand the context of the case study enough, you will make decisions, and you probably not need to even use two business analytical tools to get anything done. And how do I mean? Let's go into it. So right now, reading the report. Number one thing is that, guys, this is no joke. Your first 1 hour is for planning. And now let us teach planning. Again, I say something. Your first 1 hour is for what? Planning. And I say now, let us teach planning. Mr. Wasiu has mentioned planning, and I think, was it Okpeyemi? Or, yeah, someone else has also mentioned planning. So now let us go into what planning is. Number one thing in planning is about, again, reading through the case study. Now let's go through this particular May precinct. I want to suspect that every one of us must have gone through it, so I will not be too slow about going through it, but I will be asking a lot of questions as I am going through them. So guys, let's be prepared to ask questions, to answer questions, and to ask the same. Guys, this is an interactive session. Don't let us be waiting. I'm not doing any presentation. If you notice, I've not been showing any slide. This is not presentation. This is interaction. We are interacting to understand what the loopholes are. Then you gain new insights into how to approach your exam. And that is like the most important thing. Like the most important thing. Number one thing is that, guys, let's see some of the things that we usually miss out. I'm not sure a number of us. Do we have people that when they were reading the precinct, they read all of these places? Do we have people that read through these places when you were reading the precinct? Anybody? Do we have people that read through this current page that I am? So you read through this particular page? Oh, interesting. Good. Now that we know that some people read through this page, while a number of us did not. Guys, again, if I were you, in the exam hall, there is already, Ican has already given us the cheat code on how to pass this exam. Now, the request from us is how to now leverage it. How to leverage that cheat code. And this is how to leverage it. I've said something earlier on that whatever we are doing, we must always come back here. Number one thing here is that, guys, they've said it's all. The assessment of the case study, the marks in the case study examination are awarded for professional skills and are approximately allocated as follows. Mark in the case study is not awarded for la crème la peau. It doesn't work that way. If you like, write 30 pages. If you don't demonstrate these things that they've said here, trust me, you are going nowhere. So, and that is the essence why we are here. Number one thing here is that they've said something, assimilating and using information. I've mentioned it before. Assimilating and what? Using information. I've mentioned it before. I said something earlier on. As much as possible, we must understand the context of the case study before we start anything. And that is what they mean here. Assimilating and using information. Structuring problems and solutions. I'll still demonstrate this. Applying judgment, 20%. Drawing conclusions and making recommendations, 20%. Demonstrating integrative and multidisciplinary skills, 10%. Presenting appropriate appendices, 10%. They now said here, and these are like cheat codes. They said ethical issues do not form a specific requirement, right? But this will be tested within a requirement which may include the following. Guys, let me give us the cheat. If you like, read through the suggested on scene. If you like, don't read through it. For ethical requirements in your exam, it is like you already have what's it called? A cheat, an answer written somewhere. And these are the answer that I just highlighted. Once you have your exam and you are struggling to look for ethical requirements, just come back here. Just come back here. Come back here and start asking yourself the question of whether it appears anywhere at all within the case study. Come back here and start asking yourself the question of what? Whether you can see all of these things appearing within the context of the case study. Most of them will appear. See, conflict of interest among stakeholders, lack of professional independence or objectivity, doubtful account. See, many mistakes that majority of us used to think is that ethical requirements, many of us used to think it must be a wrong thing or the wrong thing. Ethical requirements can also be a right thing, such that you will mention within the case study scenario that the company is doing something that is ethically good or that is ethically inclined with the set standards. And we have it in this particular case study that we are looking at. It is now left for us to be able to define and reason through this thing. Number one thing that I've also mentioned that we all must take note. Ethical requirement does not mean something must always be bad. It doesn't mean it must be bad. Ethical requirement does not mean it must be bad. Such that some of us will be looking for what is bad before we are able to run a commentary on ethical requirement. What of fulfilling ethical requirements? Is that not an ethical requirement? People are fulfilling the ethical requirement. So it is part of the ethical requirement. It doesn't mean it has to be the bad thing that you must be looking out for. What if you don't now see any bad thing? All the good things that you are seeing there, you are not using them. It shows your understanding of this particular case study as a professional, or it shows even your own understanding as a professional in terms of report writing. Right. Moving on. Right. They said all of these things, this is the most important thing for me, which I will demonstrate and show us. See, guys, I've said it all. They've given us the cheat code. It's left for us on how we are applying it. And this is something you can always question yourself about if you want to pass. Within the exam hall, if you want to pass, within the exam hall, you can still ask yourself the question. How do you ask yourself the question? You always come back here to see whether your work is falling in line in all of these things that they are saying. Just come back to this place. Come and see, is my work falling in line with this thing? Use it as a guide. If your work is not falling in line, then you know that there are issues. If your work are falling in line, then you know that your peace should be at mind. Continue working. If your work is not falling in line, then you know that you have to find a way to shift it to ensure that it falls in line with what they've required. Because trust me, this thing is not about how much you write. It's not about writing 20, 30 pages. It is about the content, the quality of the content of what you are writing. The quality of the content as it relates and address the case study exam or the case or this particular case study that you have been examining on. And that is it. Right. See what they've said here. I know a number of us did not read this place. Maybe when we want to first write the exam, we've read it before. And since then, we don't read it again. See, even as a tutor, when I'm coming to take this class, I still went back to get to look at this thing that whatever I am discussing here today must meet this thing. If I want to ensure that we have a fulfilled session, it must meet it. Because if it doesn't, then what am I telling us here? Nothing, right? Because they've given us the guideline. And since we have the guidelines, what do? We use them to guide our activities to ensure that whatever we are doing in respect to those things, we are doing them just right. Guys, please give me a sec. Let me quickly. So as I was saying, right, see here, this is something that makes a number of people fail. And this, honestly, if you have ever written this exam before and you have failed, you'll be able to testify to this thing. See what they said here. Candidates should note that marks are not awarded for just simply restating facts from the case scenario, but marks are awarded for demonstrating professional skills and technical depth. Therefore, succeed candidates To succeed, candidates are required to show sufficient evidence of knowledge of the case scenario. If anybody is listening to me right from the beginning, you hear me saying you have to understand the case study. You have to understand the case, as if that is the only thing we are here to talk about. That's not the only thing we are here to talk about, but that's the most important thing we must discuss. Because without it, anything you are doing is likely offside. I'm being honest with us, right? Then look at this place. They said, be able to carry out appropriate analysis of the issues involved and suggest feasible solutions to the problems identified. You see, they said you should suggest feasible solutions to the problem identified. And that means that they are not going to force you to do anything. And that is why when you see in the exam hall, some people will use pastel to address the requirement. Some people will use SWOT. Some people will use Potter's 5 forces. Some people use Potter's diamond. And everybody will still pass. Everybody will still pass. You now wonder that, how come everybody is passing? They are passing because in their own terms, they've been able to suggest the best way to go about it. And they've been able to justify why they've gone that route. And they've been able to ensure it is reasonable enough. And that is it. Myself and yourself can run ratio commentary and our words will not necessarily be the same, but we'll still get the same marks, 5-5. We'll get 5/5, and our wordings will not necessarily be the same. But some of the facts will be there, but the way we are able to relate and communicate why we have used the way we have used it. And that is why the way accounting is. We all know that even in accounting, all of us can have 200 naira with us and spend the 200 naira such that nobody has that 200 naira again with him. And some people will make profit and some people will make loss, even though nobody has the money with them again. We all know how these things work in accounting. And as such, you must apply such into your case study exam if you really want to pass it. Right. Moving on. Demonstrate ability to make informed decisions on the basis of analysis carried out. See, I don't think I need to flog this again. Let's move on. Generate reasoned conclusions. In fact, let's just move on. I think I've said all of these things already. So we are moving on. Right. See what they wrote here. I did not even know that they write it there. See what they wrote there. Candidates that omit any one of these will have a slim chance of success in the exam. They did not even say any candidate that does not perform ratio analysis will not pass. Or candidate that his ratio analysis numbers are wrong. Or candidate that does not test financials will not pass. Candidate that candidate that omits any one of these will have a slim chance of success in the examination. See, guys, that's why we are here. Because we all want to ensure that you pass this exam. Moving to the case study exam. Well, at this stage, any question before I move on? Anybody with questions? Prince, please go ahead. Let's ask questions. Let's be thinking about our questions and move on. Please go ahead, Prince.
All right, good evening, Mr. Iwelabi. Really nice being on this session with you. All right, my question goes like this. You identify that in a case study scenario, we might be faced with different business analysis that we could probably compute to and justify our answers to get the results that the desired results. So now, in planning your case study, how do you then navigate all the business analysis that you might possibly have? For instance, in this case study situation, we have SWOT analysis, corporate governance issues, corporate social responsibilities, growth models, ethics, and all of that. We have all of this business analysis that could easily be computed into proffering solutions or recommendations to the prospective client here. So how do you navigate using all this business analysis at your disposal?
Very, 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 very valid question. That is a very, very intelligent question, because that question is something that will definitely ensure that you pass, because you are already asking the cheat code. What is the answer? And here is it. What solves that is your technique on planning. And I will demonstrate that to us. I will demonstrate that to us now. And yeah, Prince, just follow me closely, work with me closely as we're moving on. Just try to see how my planning, the way I'm planning things, answer your questions. Follow me closely. Right. Number one thing, I've said something when it comes to planning. This is 521. In the next, by 5:45, we should have dealt with planning, talk about ratios and a number of other things. Right. So this is it. I've started. So guys, this is like the most important part of these things, or second most important. It's planning. When we are planning, number one thing we do is, again, to read through again, to understand the scenario. When you read through, I've read through, and this is the way I will approach the first question I asked us when we are in the exam hall. How do we go about it? Guys, this is how to go about it that I'm talking about. Number one thing, when you get to the exam hall, those of us that pray, we've prayed and all of those things, you've gotten your paper, you have been given your first 15 minutes to go. Do they even give 15 minutes? I'm not sure. I don't think they give 15 minutes again. Your time starts now. Number one thing I do is to go through my question again. When I'm going through my questions, guys, let's be looking at me. As I'm starting to go through my question, I open to the last page of my answer booklet at the same time. I think somebody mentioned it. I think that's Joy. That was why I was saying, I've still seen any of my video before. I open, while I'm not going to use pencil, I'll use biro, I'll use my pen. Right. I open to the last page of my answer booklet, and this is planning. Complete planning. Number one thing, I'm reading through the question. As I am reading through the question, I am planning simultaneously. But number one thing first is first reading. We call it first reading. I first read through the question to understand, to just let my eyes catch one or two things. I read through. As my eyes are catching one or two things, I'm taking note of what my eyes is catching with my brain only. When I read through, number two thing is now I come back. Then I start proper. I read again proper to now get the context of that particular case study. As I'm reading to get the context of that particular case study, I'll demonstrate that as well. Let me stop sharing and reshare my entire screen so that I can be able to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So this is a new sheet entirely. Right. So this is a new sheet entirely. Let's say this is my the back of my answer booklet. Guys, hope you are following me. This is the back of my answer booklet. Right. As I am going through the case study again, this is what I want to do. I go to the requirements direct to go and understand what the requirement is. I'm going to use an example for us. Let me open one of the past questions so that we understand. Because, like I said, what we want to do is to ensure that we got March, July, May 2022. May 2022. Is this Pathfinder? Okay, this is Pathfinder. Sorry, let me get the May 2022 case study itself. Okay. Is it inside Pathfinder that we'll see the questions? Okay, I think it's inside Pathfinder that we see the questions. I've forgotten. Okay, so I'm coming to the questions. So somebody has asked a very intelligent question. The case study exam is what we are looking at now. Okay, so here is the thing. We are looking at BP fashions, right? I said number one thing, I've read through. Now I'm coming back. I have my answer booklet to my last page where I want to do my planning. Planning is the number one thing. How do I go about my planning? I've started reading. I go back to my question. I go and locate what the requirement is. What exactly is the requirement? I think we'll usually find that in exhibit 5 or 6. So exhibit, what is this for? Unseen. We usually find that requirements. So yeah, Prince, this is to answer your question. Look here. It said requirements. You are required to prepare a draft report for BP Fashions Board as set out in the email dated XYZ. Okay, I'm coming. This is not where I'm coming. So this is the requirement itself. Please draft for my review a report addressed to the board of BP Fashions. The report should comprise evaluation of company's performance in the previous 3 years, using the key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with equivalent figures from 3 of the company's major competitors. Now, let me tell you what to do. As I'm reading this one now, I'm going back to the what's it called? And this is something that almost everybody on this call must decide before you go to the exam. Or you know that there will be ratios. You know, one way or the other. You have to decide the kind of ratios you are going to do in the exam. Or and how do you decide? You decide the ones that are most comfortable for you. Marks, in my opinion, you should not be calculating more than 8 ratios. Marks. You should not be calculating more than 8 ratios within the exam. And when you are calculating these 8 ratios, it shouldn't be more than for a 3-year period. Anything more than that, I don't know what you are looking for. My personal opinion, my personal bias about the subject matter. And how do I mean? Because that allows you to compare prior period with current period, as well as, period before the prior period. Why? It helps you to compare 3 years. And also, when you now have industry standard, then you should know that even a 2-year analysis will be sufficient, because you compare your prior period to your current period, then to industry standard. You compare both. You first compare the industry standard to the prior, the current period, then you compare in-house. You are compare internally and externally. Internally to see the movements of how you have grown. Externally to see how you are doing with competitors. So here is the catch. I've said something. Evaluation of key financial performance, company performance in the previous year, using key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with. So you know that since they've said you should benchmark the same, you should know that they will have given you the ratios to calculate. So this is what I would do. I know that I must calculate financial ratio. I said I need to comment on company's performance. I said financial performance. I quickly decide what are the ratios I'm using. You know, we have classes of ratios. We have profitability, we have efficiency, we have liquidity, we have debt, and that's leverage. We have leverage, leverage, then we have market ratios. You quickly decide which of these ratios, at least maybe 2 in each set of the ratios am I calculating, depending on your understanding of the case study. From this one, I don't need to struggle to decide which one I want to calculate, because they will have given me the benchmark. So I will go by the benchmark. I already know, let's say the benchmark is gross profit margin. I must calculate gross profit margin and I must run commentary. Guys, look at the idea. This is planning. This is what? Planning. I must calculate gross profit margin and I must do what? I must run commentary. I will still ask us our understanding of running commentary. You know, I've read it the first time. I'm reading the second time. And then when I say I'm reading the second time, I said I've gone to take the question. Then as I'm taking the question, then I'll go back to read again. But first, I want to analyze the question. And how do I analyze the question? I stay true to the requirement. What is the requirement? I will put the requirement in their different headings, or say different segments. I will segment them into different categories, so that it will aid my planning, so that it will aid my understanding of the case study itself. And this is it. You see, I've said they've given us benchmark. We need to calculate gross profit margin. They now said we need to calculate current ratio. We now said we need to calculate, that's 2. They also mentioned about their rosé, that's 3. They also mentioned about their asset turnover, that's 4. Then they also mentioned about one last thing, debt to equity ratio, and that's fine. They've said what they want to say about those ones. Can we see that? They've said what they want to say. This is it. Financial performance. And you need to have an heading that speaks to my opinion on what the company's financial performance. Am I making sense? Are we with me? Are we together? I can't see you, so I don't know if we are together. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
Making sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I've said something about this place. So I've addressed this place. I'm trying to use a past question to relate planning, so that when we have the consent part and we have the question, we can use the same style to address or to approach our exam, right? Do you have any questions, Shegun? Your mic
Yes.
please go ahead.
Please, when you pick those benchmark, those profits, currency issue, were you giving the question?
Yeah, so I think you lost us for a while. That's why you're asking this question. So we are using a prior year case study on sin as a specimen for planning. So from there, they said something, and that's why I said you must understand the case study. From the case study, they said something. They said using the key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with equivalent figures from 3 of the company's major competitors. For them to have written it this way, that we should benchmark, they must give us that financial indicators that we must benchmark with. And as such, we don't even need to stress ourselves again. Those are the ratios we should be calculating. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yes.
So, you know that normally we are the one that will decide the ratios that we want to calculate by ourselves. Each time we are looking at the financial health or financial performance of a company, we are the one that will decide. But at any point in time, when they give us industry average or a benchmark, you don't need to stress yourself. Just go ahead. Go and take the things that they've given you as benchmark. Those are what you should list out as the ratios that you want to calculate. No story. So those of us that we will just ignore, we'll start calculating 10 ratios, 15 ratios, because we know ratios. It is wrong. It is wrong. And that is the reason why we are doing this planning. Okay? So I've said, because they've given us benchmark, they've given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've given us 5 benchmarks. Even if it is 2 benchmarks that they give you, don't waste too much time calculating several ratios. Unless, if they now say you should do something else. And that is why I'm treating it one by one. So I said I will segment them. This is the segment I'm talking about. And this is responding to Prince's question around, you have so many things to do. How do you go about doing them? Around, there are different analyses, there are this, there are that, there's corporate governance issues, there is this issue, there is this issue. How do we now conceptualize everything together? The way you conceptualize everything together is to follow and stay true to the requirements. Analyze the requirements and segment the requirements. When you segment the requirements, anywhere that any of them now comes up, then you can now know that, okay, this makes sense. Anywhere any of them comes up, any of those corporate governance, anywhere that it now comes up as a result of the requirements, that's when we will introduce them. See, there are a lot of information. My client's last diet, she's an old woman. She has an audit firm, but she's not yet chartered. And the reason why she couldn't become the managing partner of that audit firm is because she's not yet chartered, right? And this person is an old person. She doesn't have time going from one meeting to the other. When the exam was close by, she was so afraid because she has done the exam before, she has failed. And what was her major concern? She always tells me that there are too many information. Just too many information. I told her one thing. Yes, there are too many information, but you are not to use all the information. It's not all the information you are required to use. Just plan. When you plan, you are the one that will be in control of what information to use and what information to ignore. There are too many information. You can't use everything. Even myself, just today, reading through the, reading through the what's it called? The present. This May 2023 present. See everything that I've jotted out. As I was jotting all of these things out, I was seeing repetition. I was seeing repetition, and just why are they repeating these things? There are just too many information. But to be able to know how to use this information to leverage them, you have to plan. And when you are planning, what do I say? We segment our requirement. We plan with our requirement and segment the requirement. And this is how to segment the requirement. I've read through this place. Evaluation of the company's performance in the previous year, 3 years, 2018 to 2020, using the key financial indicators provided and benchmark same with the equivalent figures from 3 of the company's major competitors. See, I now said here, I've come here, financial performance versus competitors. I can put that there, but I can just put evaluation of financial performance. Evaluation of financial performance. I don't need to put versus competitors, but I know that when I'm talking, I must do it. I said that this one will inform my, you know that this is the second reading that I'm doing now. This is the second reading. I've done the first reading that I'm just letting my eyes pick different things and be storing them in my brain. I'm doing the second reading, but as I start the second reading, I went to my requirements. As I went to my requirements, I'm analyzing my requirements. I'm trying to segment my requirement. Now, see, they said, also, let me have your comment on the treatment in the management account as mentioned by Ellen, the 3 items covered by IAS2. Furthermore, let me know. So before I furthermore, they said they want our comment on IAS2. Then you come here, comment on IAS2, another segment. Guys, are we following me? Are we together?
Yes.
Together.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes. Furthermore, let me know other reports we may need to ask for from BP's fashion information system manager to enable us properly evaluate the inventory obsolescence allowance in the 2020. See, this is still under IAS2 inventory. Comment on IAS2 inventory. What comment are you giving then? Additional questions to ask. Additional comments and additional questions to ask. So that is another segment. And you are done with requirement 1. You are done. Now, everything that you are going to be doing in terms of the second reading, you will be looking for how to fill in these gaps. That is your job now. How to fill in these gaps. That's what you'll be looking at. As soon as you are reading through, you'll be watching out for the information that you will use to run your commentary on ratio, on gross profit margin. As soon as you are reading, you are watching out for the information that reflects ROSE, the information that reflects current ratio. We all know the definition of this ratio. LA is current assets divided by minus spots and divided by current liabilities, right? Let's now say you are reading through. We now mention something about how they've bought more inventories, how a number of people are owing them, how one thing is doing one thing, how inventory is going bad. You know, all of these things are what you will use to run your commentary for your ratios. Otherwise, you are just going to be restating facts. I hope I'm making sense. Going forward, we are done with for requirement 1. In fact, with this one, we can get 100 in requirement 1. Now, going forward, evaluate the 2 business proposals in financial terms and make recommendation. I've always been saying this. See, some of us, let me just share my screen and face us directly. This one is very important for me to face us. Why? Some of us, we always think that case study, you have to know merger and acquisition. Anytime you hear financial analysis that is different from ratio, it's always very tough. You have to know merger and acquisition. You have to know this. No, it is not always like that. Business proposals in most cases, when it comes, which is the most likely thing that you are going to be doing in this your May 2023 exam. It only requires common sense and addition and subtraction. Common sense and basic arithmetics. That is how to evaluate business proposal. Common sense and basic arithmetics. What do I mean common sense and basic? You want to evaluate business proposal. Number one thing you want to look at is what is coming in for us and what are the expenses we are going to incur. What is the net of both? That's it. The other gymnastics that you now have to do in terms of how do we get the total amount of money that is coming in for us? How do we get the total amount of money that is going out? That one is now by the way. But number one thing you just want to understand is what is the income, what is the expenses, or what are the income, what are the revenues, what are the expenditure. Just focus on those two. When you focus on those two and you get the net, you can use those ones to make your recommendation. Even if you make mistake and you still make your recommendation following that same mistake, you will likely still get a good mark. Because I said one thing, case study is not a one-size-fits-all. Right, moving on. Moving on. They said evaluate the two business proposals in financial terms and make appropriate recommendations to the board of BP Fashions. Now, see, they've said one thing here. Evaluation of two business financial proposal. So let's say evaluation of business proposal A. Evaluation of business proposal B. Guys, hope you are following me. So this is another segment. And the next thing is, they said we should make recommendations.
Please share your screen.
Oh, sorry. I missed that. Apologies. Thank you for the nudge. So this is it. Evaluation of business proposal A. Yeah. Evaluation of business proposal B. Yeah. Then, is it that there are two ways? Is it that we have just one, but this is planning stage, right? You can say just one. I'm coming. Let me evaluate the two business proposals. Evaluation of BP's business proposals. Then this can be the major heading. Then this one can be sub. These two can be sub. And you now under it. They say you should make recommendations, so you must make the recommendation. In respect to which one to choose, should we go for A or B? You must see, guys. Even this, the whole idea of all this thing is so that even after you have done everything, or you don't know what else to do, still you can come back to this planning space and say, okay, I don't even know about it again, but have I done this one? Let me go and attempt this one too. I don't even know what to make a recommendation again. Have you done different calculations? What was your answer? Come and make your own recommendation. Go for proposal B because it is financially viable, or it is considered financially viable because of XYZ or XYZ. You generate a positive or XYZ amount compared to XYZ amount. Just use what you've calculated to run your commentaries, and you'll be fine. That's that. Next on the list. Now, the next question here is how to evaluate business proposals. How to evaluate business proposals. And this place is where, maybe because of somebody's raising hand, please go ahead.
Please, thank you. I want to ask a question regarding the calculation. In case of this evaluation, for instance, it's section 2, and then it might be lengthy and take time. Is it possible to just puncture your calculator and see that if the business is viable or acceptable, and make a commentary without really jot anything? Is it possible?
No. So that will be you making conclusion without giving us reference of how you have been able to arrive at your conclusion. So see, it won't take any time. It won't take any time significant. Don't let me say it won't take any time. It will take time, but it will not take too much time from you. How do I mean? Because these particular things that you want to evaluate are also part of your exam requirements. That is why we are even doing this thing in the first place, to bring out all the requirements so that you know what to concentrate energy on and know what you are not concentrating any energy on. One of the things you must concentrate energy on now that you cannot just do calculator and do bam bam for is because it has now been required that you should evaluate these things. If it wasn't required for you to evaluate it, but you just feel like you just want to do it by the way, you can press calculator and move on. But this is part of the key requirements that you have been asked. And because of that, you have to give it what is due. And in most cases, I repeat, those evaluations that you want to do, in most cases, are just between income and expenditure. In most cases, they will give you the information to analyze. They will tell you that if we go with this one, we are likely going to have 20,000 cement. If you go with that one, we are likely going to have 30,000 cement. But if you go with this A, we are going to be selling at 5 naira. If you go with this B, we are going to be selling at 10 naira. That's what you want to do. And you just want to ensure that you create that space to multiply individually. And also, because of the question you've asked, remember, I said where we are is that we are doing our second reading, but we are looking at the requirements first. You will also see non-financial indicators that you can use to write your commentary. You will also see non-financial indicators. So the whole idea is now that when you are reading, you are seeing the non-financial indicators of why A is better. You come here, check page 53. You move on. You continue reading. You see another one that talks about B, check page 60 and page 65. You move on. So that when you now decide to now start writing proper, you are going to just come here, then go to the page and be doing what you are doing. And that is it. So you have saved a lot of time. But let's just hold on. You get a more insight into the gist now. I'm almost done with this planning. So somebody raised hand. Are we good now? Okay, I think we are good. Also, review the key risk that may be associated with these two proposals and advise the board on how to manage the identified risk. Then you know that under the proposal, risk and mitigants. And that's it. See, trust me, nobody will follow what is now the last thing. Advise the board on how to manage. That's the mitigation. I will expect your report next 2 weeks. That's your problem. See, guess what, guys? This particular case study, this CX case study, this is what they asked of them. This is everything that they asked from them. See, you now do SWOT, you don't do SWOT. This is everything you need to do. This is everything that you need to do. Under these places are now where you, most especially this evaluation of business proposals, is where you now decide, based on what you've read, whether or not you want to use SWOT. But I will not decide a SWOT or a PESTEL now. But rather, once I'm done analyzing, sorry guys, please give me a sec. So when I'm done doing all of these things, I'll now continue with my reading. From my reading, that's the second reading. As soon as I'm seeing points, let's say we are reading now. They now said that, I'm coming. They now said that, in fact, I don't need to use this one again, but this is the way, this is the one that we will use to analyze and plan. This is the planning phase. Now, let us now use the May 2023 one to do how we are going to do the planning. But before we go ahead, Prince, you understand what the intention with going about the using of the information is. This particular case study that we just did, even if they mention anything about what's it called, corporate governance, we don't need to use it. We don't need to spell them out. Not necessarily like we don't need to use them. We don't need to spell them out. when I say spell them out, like creating them as a new something that we must discuss. No, you will use them as an element of any of the commentaries that you are running here. That's all. See, everything that they've said they should do in that diet, this is everything. This is the report. This is what their report should contain. You will not do this and not pass that diet. It is not just possible. Why? Because the examiners too have said the way you should go about it. Now let's now leverage this May 2023 diet to go about what we should do. Right. Any question at this stage before we move on? Do we all understand the planning? I will still do more of the planning with this particular case study, May 2023. But do we have any question at this time first? Do we have anybody with any question again? Or we should just move on?
Hello,
Please,
sir. Good evening, sir.
Go ahead, please.
This planning that we are doing, are we going to write it on any of the paper?
Yes, this is the back of the answer booklet. This is the back of, what I just did here is the back of my answer booklet. Yes. You know, that back, last page that you can easily jot. So these are jottings. I'll leave spaces. I'll leave spaces that will accommodate everything I want to write about them.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Next, please go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
Okay. Good evening. I want to ask this analysis, the one you just did now, where does it really fit in? Is it on the executive summary or on the body of the report?
This one that I just did, very valid question. This is the body of the report because that's where your answer must be. Very valid question. This is the body of the report because that's where your answer is. Because this is the requirements we just analyzed. We just analyzed the two requirements. And where you are going to write your requirement is what? The body of your report. Does that make sense? Hello? Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Prince, are you still here? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are we moving close to understanding ourselves?
Yes, very well. This has been well explained.
Making sense. Just follow me. Me. We are not yet done. Ensure you are following me. I'm calling you out now because you asked a very valid question, and it means that this is a question that you particularly must ensure that you get and you are able to leverage it to ensure that, of course, everybody on this call must pass their exam. It becomes a must because we are here together, right? So yeah, this is it. Let's now use. Let's do as if we want to do the exam, May 2023%, right? I think we are almost exhausting our 2 hours. But then I know that we are still together. Moving on. I have a template that I already created here for how we should go about it. Like, let's now say you are done. Let's say you are done with analyzing the requirements, because the requirement, if you are working and then you don't understand the requirements, you have not analyzed the requirement, and then you just go ahead and start doing pastel or orish. No. This one does not even require you to do pastel and spell it out. No, it doesn't. Because there's nothing that says that you should analyze the business environment in the question. There's nothing that says that you should comment on the strengths of the business in the question. So the rest, you are going to be leveraging. So if you have information on them, you are now going to be leveraging them on commentary. And I'm sure we will get to that commentary shortly. I will see how we all know how to run commentaries, most especially using this precinct that we have with us. Right. So using this precinct, I think I have something that should be useful. So this is a planning template that I have that I think will be beneficial. We all know these things now. I guess almost everybody on this call has a template that they intend to use. Regardless of your template, guys, you don't need to worry. You don't need to change your template even for this class, regardless of what we get from this class, except you don't have any templates in the first place. Right. There is a template. But I did not mention the template first because I need you to understand the technical depth and professional skills you need to apply on that template. Template comes second or even third. But the first thing is understanding the case study, then planning how to approach your understanding, then putting it in that your template. And that's why we are showing us this template. We all know that there is usually this template that includes table of contents, right, for our report writing. So this is table of content. We have executive summary. It is a must that you write executive summary. It is a must. There is a template to writing executive summary. Executive summary will always include what you want to do. Tell us. So this is it. We have the executive summary. We have the introduction and terms of reference. We have the methodology and procedures. We have the findings and observations. This is the key thing in everything you are doing. This is the key, most important thing. The rest are by the way. You see all of these things that is said here. All of these things that is said here. This is where it applies the most. Findings and observations. Then conclusion and recommendation, the appendices. These are like templates. These are also guide for our report writing. Now we are moving to the report writing. As much as we are planning, we are moving to the report writing. Executive summary. This is usually the way executive summary will look like. And I have some sort of advice that I've put here on how you can approach it. This is the executive summary. This report contains ABC Limited financial ratios reviews for a 4-year period between XYZ and XYZ. Executive summary will always tell the requirements. It's not hard to do. See, all of these things that are like templates in nature that are not hard to do, right? What do you do with them? You can easily just learn how to write them. How do you write the executive summary? You want to tell us what you have done in the report. How do you get what you have done in the report? You want to look at the requirements. So let's say you want to write executive summary for the one that we just did an example of, all these ones. We'll say that this report contains an evaluation of BP's Fashion's financial performance between a 3-year period, comparing the same with three major competitors, XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. Also, in this report, we have used gross profit margin, XYZ and XYZ to analyze and examine the financial performance and strength of BP's Fashions Limited. Right. Also, we have used XYZ, XYZ to carry out the business financial performance that between the two options that BP has, and then we have agreed or decided to use or to conclude or to go for project B, because project B is this. Furthermore, we concluded that on the proposed, so that's the one that I just said. Everything here should not be more than 1 page. Executive summary. Everything should not be more than 1 page. Executive summary, I think I have another template that speaks out the executive summary a lot better. So this is the executive summary. This is how you usually have the executive summary. The report also presents detailed discussion on the impact, blah, blah, blah. More like what the report is all about. It should not be more than 1 page. And this one is like templates in nature. It's like templates. See, I wasn't the one that wrote this one, but you can see this report contains the strategic business analysis of Zenith Bank Limited without the showing the external opportunities and threats, as well as internal strengths and weaknesses of the company. Also, the report includes detailed financial statement, blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, the report contains blah, blah, blah. And don't forget, in this case study, writing executive summary is like a must. But guess what? Even though it's like a must, it's still like bonus in nature. They've said it here. They said it here. They said it here. I'm coming. Where is it? Oh, I think I read where they mentioned that you need to write an executive summary. I think I can't really find it here, but they will normally say you should write executive summary. Executive Executive. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. They did not write it here, but then executive summary is a must write, sha. So as executive summary is a must write, what does that mean? You just need to learn how to go about writing it, because it's just what? It's just template in nature. It's template in nature. Executive summary simply speaks to what you have done in your findings and observation, right, and your conclusions and recommendations. Those ones, instead of saying that, somebody said that because they've not done the conclusion and recommendation, they cannot finish executive summary. No, there are ways to it. You can also say that this report, lastly, this report also contains conclusion on what BP's passion to go for, and on this. Lastly, this report also contains not also contains. It's lastly. Lastly, this report contains conclusion on BP's fashion, financial health, as well as its global business outlook, with a recommendation on areas of improvements. Guys, if you look at what I just wrote here, what I've written here, right, does not even include the exact context. I don't need to include it. I can say the report contains it. It's an executive summary. It's not the place you get everything. Go and read the report if you want everything, right? But then, if you have been able to solve everything, you can also mention it there. So there are two styles. One, you can mention the context. Two, you can mention the framework in the executive summary. Does that make sense? Do we get what I just explained? Can anybody try to recap on what I just explained, if we understand what I just say here? Anyone? Let's try. This is 6:05. Let's try.
So what's the question?
So I just explained that executive summary here, right? You don't necessarily need to have finished all your work before you write your executive summary, because it is template in nature. And also, I said that there are two ways. You can use context, the exact things that are in your report, you can state them out. Or you can use framework, the things you have done in your report. Yeah, so this upper part here is context of what we have done in the report. Context, these are context, main context. We did gross margin ratio, we did ROSE, we did net profit, we did this, we did that. But this one is framework, because I only say this report contains conclusion. I did not tell them what we concluded on, right? And I also said this report also contains recommendation. I did not tell them what we recommended on. And I had to say this because I think it was, what's his name again? This is my guy. I think it's the first guy, Funshaw, that mentioned that because you have not finished the report, you cannot really complete your executive summary. And I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily have to be like that. It can be that if you have finished your report, you can conclude your executive summary. But if you have not finished your report, you can also conclude on your executive summary by saying that this report also shows details conclusion on BP's financial health with a recommendation on areas of improvement. You know that one is different from this report concluded that BP is XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. And we have recommended that BP should import new raw material, should do this, should do that. So guys, yeah, please go ahead.
All right. Concerning the other, as in the method of evaluation. Okay, while going through the pre-scene, I kind of did a bit of executive summary. Like the one you stated there, you listed all the ratios. Can I say method of evaluation include, okay, let's say I'm using trend analysis and then as well as relevant ratios. Instead of just listing all the, okay, I did
Yeah, exactly. So that one is using the framework. In fact, it's also like a context, because the way you have even said that you use trend analysis and ratios, me, I could have said that this report examines the financial health. You know that it's the same thing. You have stated that you use trend analysis and ratios. But me, I say this report examines the financial health without mentioning
financial health and then other relevant ratios. Okay.
Exactly. So using XYZ or using XYZ. I hope you are all getting this.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, makes sense. Moving on. We have introduction and terms of reference. This is also a one-page stuff. There is also a template for writing that. Usually the introduction will refer to the email received by us showing the request of the board of directors of XYZ Limited as the key on 3 key issues. State the requirements. So you state the requirements, state the objective, and move on. So all these ones they are template for them, right? I can also share this. I'll share it with the admin. They will share with us. They are template for them. And I want to believe that a number of us also have those templates. See, guys, this is not the time to be looking for different templates up and down. Oh. No, not the time. Whatever you have, you can stick to it, most especially around templates. See, the reason why we are having this class is not to teach us templates, but to teach us the most important thing, which is this guy. Where is the guy again? Where is the guy? This guy, I've shown us before. Hold on. Which is this guy? Findings and observations. That is the most important thing, because that one is not template though. That one is not template at all. That one is real work. Real work. This is where the reports from all your plannings are coming into. But again, we are planning still. I've said I will still do a recap, but let's finish. Introduction and terms of reference. This one should not be more than half a page. Methodologies and procedures. This one to have a page. Those ones are methodology and procedure, state-specific tools used for each of the specific requirements, SWOT analysis for business strategies. Those ones are just Namina you. These ones are templates. After you are done with your planning, you can go and start doing these ones. After you are done with your planning, you can go and start doing these ones. And the way you do these ones, you leave the spaces. When you do, so this is the way you will approach it. You leave your page 1 to write your table of contents here. Then the next thing, we usually have the letterhead that some of us used to write. You can do your letterhead, the next thing, or before the table of content, any which way. Then you do your executive summary. You can do your executive summary immediately because it's just templates. You can do but you have to have read through. Like I said, you are done planning. So you will easily know everything you are meant to write because you will have decided what you want to do from this place. You will have decided what you want to do. Since you have decided what you want to do, you can use them to write all of these things in the executive summary. Then introduction and terms of reference. Those ones too, you already know what you want to do. Those ones too are templates, telling us that you refer to the email received by us, showing the name of the company, and then you move on. So those ones. Then the finding and observation. Hey, almighty findings and observation. We said that you should lead like a 10-page. This one, probably a 10-page. You should be able to do this one. And this one, the way to approach this one is to use this place to approach it. This place to approach it. Let's say this is a new answer booklet that you want to use for your findings and observation. Guys, watch me closely. What I will do here is, I'm done planning. Oh, again, guys, I've not started working. Oh, but I am done planning. I now want to start working. Right. So I will come here. Since I will say findings and observations, let me bring it here. I will do my findings and observations. Then I will go with from our findings and observations. From our findings and observations, we are able to discover the following. Then you will now start with the different headings that we have here, that we have up here. We say evaluation of financial performance. We put the heading here. To evaluate, now go to evaluate XYZ. No, what's the name of this company we are working on? May 2023 person. What's the name of the company again?
DCN.
That evaluate DCN. Let's just to evaluate DCN's financial performance. We have concluded that a 3-year review on DCN's financials would be sufficient for our report. Also, we have leveraged the following. We have leveraged gross margin ratio, current ratio, etc. to comment on DCN's financial performance. Then you go. So you go. See, this one. See that I've decided that it's 3 years that we will use. I've said the intro. So each time, guys, let's look at this thing critically. This is the way you want to approach the exam, right? Number one thing, each time you first start, see, the most brilliant way to go about writing report is to give it headings. Very brilliant. It will not stress you, and that's why when we plan this place, what did we do? We segment them. It won't stress you at all because you have used headings. You just write 1 or 2 information as intro. See, this is finding an observation. We use this one, intro. The next thing, we bring the headings of evaluation of financial performance that was asked in the question. We use some intro here. Then the next thing, we just come here. We copy this one. We go to the back of our sheet. You know that we all remember that this is the back of our answer booklet. We come here. We paste this one here to say that gross margin, leave space that you use to run commentary on gross margin. Then you come here. You know that this is still planning. Like you are planning your report. You come here. You do current ratio. You put it here. You leave space that you know will be sufficient. We all know how much we write. So we leave space that we know will be sufficient for that. You come here. Rows. You leave here. Then the next thing. You come here. Where is it again? You come here, debt to equity turnover or debt to equity. You leave the space. Then let's say you are done with that one. You leave this place. You move on. You come to the next one. Comment on inventory, IS2. Come here. You put it here. You leave the space that you used to run the commentary on that one. Like I said, I've suggested that a 10-page should be enough. Then the next thing, you come to evaluations of BP's business financial proposal. We have evaluating BP's in evaluating the two business proposals BP Fashions is currently considering, we have considered both financial and non-financial metrics to ascertain and decide the which of the two proposals BP Fashion should go ahead and invest in. And you now come, you say proposal A. But guys, this is just templates, like just giving us an overview on how we approach it. We must ensure that we are relating this to what we have seen in the requirements. Guys, I don't know if you are following me. Is anybody following me? I'm just trying to ensure that we are together. Hope we are together. I can't see us, so hope we are together.
Yes, sir, we are together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And hope you are enjoying it, right?
Yes, sir, we are enjoying it.
Okay, makes sense. So this is it. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to give us how to approach the exam itself. You know that we read through the last May 2022 own, and that's the one from BP. And this is what they said. This is everything that we have written out at the back of our answer booklet. And that is what we are now using in our findings and observations. And I said, in writing your findings and observation, you segment them. When you segment them based on the requirements, it is a lot easier. Just put one small line to do this, to evaluate this is financial health. We have considered the following ratio. Mention the ratios. Then go to the next slide. Write the number one ratio there. Gross profit margin. Leave your space. Enough space. Go to the next line. You have not started writing because you have not even done the ratios. Leave the space. The next line. Go to your current ratio. The next line. Go to your ROCE. The next line. Go to your debt to equity. When you are done with those ones and you have left all the spaces that you are meant to leave, go to the next one. Comment on IAS2 inventory. Leave the space. Go to the next one. You know that this one, I did not write much on it because it's just a comment on something. So it's not like it requires a big deal workings. So the reason why I did not write much on this one is because it's just a comment and it doesn't require anything big deal gymnastic. But for us to ensure that we remember to write something under it, that is the reason why we have it here. So that you remember to see. When I was writing my exam in 2018, May 2018, when I was writing my exam, and I feel like I was getting lost because I have planned. When I look at my book, I saw different empty spaces. What is this? And because I have left space, I've written headings, I've left space. So I know that there are empty spaces that are supposed to be filled. So all the ratios that I was spending time analyzing, commenting, I know how to run commentary on ratios. It's like one of my major strengths. I know how to run commentary on ratios. And you all see it. Right? Running the commentaries on ratios is sweetening me and all of those things. By the time I look at the time and saw that, I just opened my page. I've not written anything under this one. I opened my page. I've not written anything. I just left that one. Go to the answer, part of my answer booklet. Go and look at what I've said I was going to write under them. Then start bringing them in. Make them, fine-tune them, make them big and move on. Go to the next one. In fact, at one point, when I noticed that the time will not be enough again, I will write a little bit about one. I will leave it. I will go and do the other part that I've left the heading. So, I was able to do that because there were already headings. Imagine that there were no headings. You won't even know what to do. You will not even know what to do. You just keep writing. In fact, by the time you want to say that you want to drop what you are writing to go and face another thing, you will be confused on what to even face next. But because you've planned, you know what you want to do. It is now just for you to do them. When you know that you are spending too much time on one, you leave it. You go and do something else. You go and do something else because you know that you have a number of things that you have identified and highlighted that you must do. So, and that's it, right? So the next thing is you come here, you say that you are done saying this one, then you come here, you pick this one, evaluation of business proposal A. See, in evaluating this business proposal A, there could have been that when you are reading through the scenario, you saw some element of strengths, weaknesses. You use them to run the commentary. You leave the space, enough space. Then you do the B. Do B. You leave the space, enough space. Then you can do recommendation, but you don't necessarily need to recommend. You can always do recommendation to say it is recommended that BP fashion. Don't mind my typo, please. Oh. It is recommended that BP fashions go for project A because it is financially viable and it is economical. Stop. You will have seen everything that you've written here that shows what you have just written. Full stop. You move on. What's the next thing that is you should do? Conclusion and recommend. This is this part that we just did. We've just done findings and observations. So this is it. When I was advising that we should all have those ratios that we want to go and do in the exam. Let's conclude on the ratios that we want to go and do in the exam. And then we should try to make it under different classes of ratios in case they don't give us benchmark. I suspect that this your coming exam, they will give you benchmark because they've mentioned Dangote and another competitor. They have two competitors. They mentioned Dangote and Nigerian Cement, right? They might give benchmark of what those ones are doing. Once they give you that, you don't even have problem. Just go and do the ratios of those benchmark, and that's what you should use to run your analysis. And we move on. Moving on. Analysis of ABC's revenue stream, right? You put it here. See, prospect debt to equity ratio. It can be inferred that the company's prospect is good. Also considering the other external factor like case study from this. Then analysis of ABC's revenue stream. We run commentary, then conclusions and recommendations. You put it there. Conclusions and recommendations should be overall activities. So like this one now, overall activities of what you have done. Same as in the executive summary, but with more details. Overall activities of what you have done. Then appendices. So guys, I just give us a run through of how to go about our planning. Let me now summarize what I just did for us. I might need to go and on my gen now. I think we should be wrapping up by 6:35. I think we should be wrapping up by 6:35 so that we can act. Yeah, but before we finalize things, I will quickly summarize what I've just did here. Number one thing that I've said, right, guys, is number one thing, planning is key. Understanding the context is very key. I would still take us through ratio. Then the second part of the financial analysis. Guys, we'll run briefly. I've read through the present. There is nothing much there. So, number one thing here is, when you get your book, as much as possible, don't jump into writing. Number one, read through. First reading. When you are done with your first reading, go to the back of your answer booklet, right? When you are at the back of your answer booklet, right, the next thing to do is to go for your second reading. When you get to your second reading, start from your requirements. Try to analyze your requirements. When you analyze your requirement, try to see how do you analyze your requirement. Number one thing is look for number one thing that they say you should do: evaluation of financial performance. Write it at the back of your answer booklet. Then decide on the ratios or the metrics that you want to use to analyze the financial performance. Right. So decide on the ratios. Write them down. Leave these spaces. When you are leaving those spaces, that is that. Then they will say you should do business analysis as well. Decide on what tools you want to use. If you can't decide immediately, just leave a space within the back of your answer booklet for business analysis area that we use for business analysis. Leave that one too. Then any other things that they say that is specifically mentioned that you should do in your requirements, write them out. Like write out every prompt question that they say you should do. Write them out. Let's say comment on. Write it out at the back of your answer booklet so that you know that you comment on those ones. When you are now done with those ones, the next thing is where we are going now, what I just showed us. There is already a template for your report writing. In that template, What you are going to do, write out your first page into a table of content. After your table of content, then you go ahead and do your table of content introduction, as a table of content, executive summary, introduction and terms of reference, then methodologies and procedures, then your findings and observations, then your recommendations and conclusions, conclusions and recommendations, the appendices. The most important thing, every other one from your introduction or executive summary to your terms of reference or methodologies and procedures, they are all templates. They are templates. Then the important part is your observations or findings and observations, which I further explained that to go about that one, you go back to the back of your answer booklet, those things that you have said you want to do, then create the spaces there. Create the spaces inside your answer booklet. The space that you are going to use to write the full report, create them there. When you are now done with those ones, that is where the work starts from. Then we continue with the second reading. The second reading now is what we will use this case study to do. Yeah, let's do the second reading now. Guys, I might need to quickly take a 3-minute break to put on my gen. My system is running low. I need to on my gen. Please do I have your permission to quickly take a break to quickly set myself up better.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me give assignments. Well, or a class. The classwork is that. Daniel, please. So the classwork is Daniel. I'm seeing myself. Good. So the classwork is that let's try to run ratio analysis. I want to believe that some of us have done the ratios of this May 2023 diet. Please, somebody should help me to drop the ratios in the chat box. Some of the ratios that we've analyzed and our conclusions on the answers of those ratios. So something like gross profit margin 2021, or what are the years again? For the 3 years, basically. Help me to drop in the chat box the answers of those ratios that you've calculated. Gross profit margin, the 3 years the 3 years answers, like 3 of those ratios. Just help me drop them in the chat box. Then individually, this one, I will take not less than 5 people to tell us their own ratios, commentary. So you have to run commentary of your ratios. Individually, everybody should start running commentary. If you have not run commentary, someone should quickly help us. Anybody that has done it, help us to send the answers to those ratios in the chat box. When I say answer, like maybe you will say, for example, is 20% in year 1, 30% in year 2, 40% in year 3. Help us to put it there in the chat box. Help us to do for the 3 years. Then for 3 different ratios. So let everybody attempt to run the commentary. Let's attempt the commentary. So when I come back, we'll review the commentaries. Then I'll give us the template or the style or the approach to running proper ratio commentary. Thank you. Hey, so I'm back. Right. So where are the answers? Wow. I've not seen those answers. Where are they? Guys, I'm not seeing those answers. Or nobody has done it. Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Am I with myself only? Hello, can you hear me?
We're calculating it.
Wow. So that's calculating it today.
Calculating it today.
Oh, interesting. I thought we will have people who have done this. Okay, let's just as we are on that, let's run the calculations. Yeah, just give us the one that you have. Gross profit ratio. Give us the 3 years numbers. Let people quickly use it to run commentary. Gross profit margin 2018 44.7, 2019 49. This is what I want. So somebody else you give us another one, like 2 more. So those of us that are on the call that are saying these ratios, let's individually run a commentary. Everybody should attend this. Please. The reason why you are attempting this is not far-fetched. It's so that by the time I'm telling you how to actually go about it, you can understand your your loopholes. You can know what you need to improve on, and not like you just want to start all over again to start learning it at this time. This time, most especially each time the exam is closed, I used to tell my student that what you should be doing at that time is to be confirming to yourself that you know what you think you know. There are sometimes we will think that we know something, only for us to get to the exam hall and discover that interesting. So I've always been thinking that I know it, so I don't know it. That's when it will now get to dawn on us that we don't know it. When in actual fact, before the exam, it's not the time to be learning new things, but to be confirming to yourself that you know what you think you know. But because there are some things that we will think that we know them, you just be using eyes to commonize them, like, is it not ratio analysis? Is it not just to run analysis? Is it not just to comment? So it's not just to comment, guys. Let's attempt them. Okay, I think I have enough now. But then the next thing that I was going to do in my own year before we get to the ratio is I'm taking us through this second reading. As I'm taking us through the second reading, we'll be very brief. This is 6:35 already. We are supposed to be wrapping up, but I hope you are not too bored, Sha. Guys, I hope we are not too bored. I hope
no, we're fine.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah. Addressing this particular case study itself, May 2023 present, I've given us the guide to the unseen. When I say I've given us the guide, I've given us the template that we need to approach the entire exam, present or no present, right? But now that we have the unseen, let's address it. We've been given list of exhibits, 4 exhibits. 1 telling us about us. See, guys, this one that is telling us about us is already giving us hints on our capabilities, what we can do, so that we will know what to expect or have an idea of what to expect in the exam. If you ask me, I will say that to do this, just go and check. I've read through, and from what I've read through in terms of what we can do, everything you should just go and do is go and check November 2022 diet pathfinders. Just go and check that pathfinders. You will see that they are similar. Right? That's that. Telling us about what we know how to do. It means that it's giving an insight into what the requirements will look like. Because since they've told us what we can do, it's most likely what we are going to be tested on. I hope I'm making sense. Moving on. Dudley Cement, DCNL. They gave us the history, competitors, board, and management. That's why Prince mentioned something about corporate governance. That's very lovely, right? And those are like some of the ethical considerations. Then we have the 3 years financials of the company. Then we have proposed growth strategies. As soon as you are reading, this is the second reading. You know you have gone through the requirements from the first reading. You've gone to plan how you are going to do the requirements. All of these things that we've done is still under 1 hour. 1 hour is not yet exhausted. So we go with the second reading. As we are doing the second reading, we come. Knowing about us, preparing detailed financial analysis and reports may be required by your platform, by your firm's clients. So that means you should expect that you will do financial analysis. Analyzing your client's financial statement to assess, identify areas of weaknesses and profiling likely solutions to the anomalies. That means that you are still going to know how to do financial statement, GL proofing and stuff like that. Assessing operational and strategic business proposals. It is likely that they will be coming with a business proposal for you to analyze. To assess business proposal, I've said it severally. Just focus on the simple part to get it done. What is the simple part? Identifying revenues and identifying expenditures. That's it. Just focus on getting those two. Once you focus on getting those two, every other thing will fall in place. The hustle you will be hustling is how to multiply and what to multiply. But if you're going to think that is one gymnastic Modiglami and Miller that they will give you, you are just going to be wasting time. Because this is just one part of the exam, right? So if you take it the easier way, you will still do your appendices, you will use them to run your commentaries, you will still be fine. Because at the end of the day, it is about passing most cases. If you want to get prize as well, that means you have to ensure that you get all your tips together, right? So yeah, moving on. Assessing operational and strategic business proposal to see how each aligns with client's objective and its impact. Assessing your firm's client's financial and business forecast. If you look at November 2022, this is almost like it. So it is almost like the same set of kind of question that they will bring. Analyzing what's the financial performance and assessing business proposals. That's what I'm on at the top of my head. That's what I think they will bring out. Your responsibility demand that you keep abreast of it. Those ones are by the way. Guys, looking at this place alone, we are already running commentary, but I want to believe that some of us have run our commentary. I will need at least 5 people. Looking at this place alone, what can we see? What can we see? Let's make it conversational. What do you see here? What do you think about this place? How do you think we can use it? Because the most important thing as well, again, is understanding the case study. And next thing is ensuring that we apply the case study in our findings and observations. Right. So what do we think from here? What can we see? What can we say? Who can summarize this place? When I say summarize, like what is the essence of this information? Who can summarize the essence of this information and where you can use this information? Who's going? Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think this has to do with introductory aspects of the that's of the answer that's in one of our templates. So it's telling us about the company. So
okay. Aside from that, what else do you think?
And again, the wider context aspect to tell us there is a quoted company with the Nigerian Stock Exchange and all.
If they say a company is a quoted company, what is the first thing that comes to your mind that you need to take? If you hear that a company is a quoted company, what is the first thing that comes to your mind?
That is listed in the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
Thank you. Somebody mentioned it. What did you say? Corporate governance. The number one thing that should come to your mind. Once you hear that a company is a quoted company, number one thing that should come to your mind is what? Corporate governance. Corporate governance. That's number. So, as much as possible, once you start doing your exam, You have to find a way to keep looking for additional information or to look for how you are going to bring corporate governance into play, right? How you are going, it doesn't necessarily have to have its own heading. I did not say corporate governance should have its own heading. No. What I'm saying is you have to be conscious of it enough, because once you are done with your planning, again, you are done with your planning, and from your planning, they've told you what you need to do. And from there, let's talk about the financials and all of those things. When you are running your ratios, you can link your ratios to your corporate governance, or you can link corporate governance to your ratios, or to overall financial health, or overall business health in terms of how the business is perceived in the outside world. Then you link your corporate governance. Or you can also link it to ethical issues to assess professional skepticism. This is where professional skepticism comes in, to say that this their corporate governance, are they really doing well with it? Are they really compliant? You are the one that will ask the question within your report. You are the one that will still answer it. And that is professional skepticism, to say, are they really? In fact, when I was reading the thing, let me show us my screen of sorry, who did I call short again? Juliet, is that you? You're the one speaking about?
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm fine.
Okay, please wrap up first before we move on. Wrap up. I want you to tell us, the corporate governance. What can you say about the corporate governance of the company from this place?
It's well structured, as in it also has. It also has it has a female, male. The composition is all right.
Good. Well, that's fine. So let me show us what I quickly have when I was doing the reading. Let me show us what I have when I was doing the reading, which is like what we all need to take cognizance of. Then I will now tell us how this applies to our planning. So guys, we will use our example of May 2022. We will now use this place as the unseen pre-seen, like additional information for our May 2022. Let's just try to use it that way. So this is it, right, guys? They said here, things about the corporate governance. See what I wrote here. May 2023. See what I wrote here. And this is what is called professional skepticism. As I was reading through, number one thing that came to mind is being listed on the floor, right? Corporate governance issue. The company is known to be compliant. These are already ethical issues that you are already considering that the company is fine. Then another thing is corporate governance code is confirmed as the company has 3 NEDs. So as soon as you are reading, this is how it works. The second reading, that's what I want to show also. So you know that we have said that, guys, are you with me? We have said that the company, we have been given the requirements. We have analyzed the requirements. We are doing the second reading. Let's assume that this is still the requirement. Where is that guy? Let's assume that this is still the requirement. This one up here is still the requirement. So you know what I will do next? I will just come here. Let's assume that this corporate governance, I'm assuming because I want us to get how to actually approach it. They said the company has been given award to even be compliant by NSC. That makes a lot of sense. And before you know it, they now said this in its operational performance is also a recipient of several awards and recognition, such as product quality, marketing excellence, and all of those things. Right. The next thing I want to say is to come to talk about the company's strengths. So at any point in time, when I'm evaluating the financial performance of the company, I want to talk about its strengths. Because those are the things you use for commentaries. Good corporate governance. I will now say page what again? Page 5. I'll leave it. I'll move on. Are we getting what I'm trying to pass to us? Does anybody understand what I'm trying to pass? Most especially Prince now. This is me using the information. You know, they said something about I said we must always come with this place. Assimilating and using information. You must use the information because you will not get marks for just restating facts. You must use the information. So what we are doing next, after the first reading, after structuring our report, the next thing is now to be finding ways of how to use the information, to be putting them in the appropriate areas and segments. So you are going to be identifying the appropriate segments for all your information. And number one place that you can use corporate governance issue is to relate it to the financials of the company. If and only if you are not told to analyze the company's business environment, which is the internal and external factors. If you are not told to do that, you go ahead with this. But let's now say that you have been told to analyze the business performance. And you know that to analyze business performance, you probably need to use SWOT. And then you now put it as part of the strength of the company. That part of the strength of the company is what? Good corporate governance. Then, when you are now running the commentary, when you get to the major part of your the body of your report that we did here, that you have this business analysis, you will now say SWOT, strength, even the good, even it is considered that the company will continue to expand and gain high market share, given its religious compliance with its set corporate governance code. So this is confirmed. This can be confirmed by the NSE award given to the company on corporate let me just say, this can be confirmed by the CG Corporate Governance NSE award given to the company. You know that you have done something here. You did not just say that the company gets award. That one is a fact. Everybody knows it. You have to link it to something. Where are you linking it to? The strength that this award that the company has been given is a strength to the company. That one is applying professional skills, and using information. You are not just restating fact. Just restating fact is just to go somewhere and just go and put that the company just put anywhere to say the company received corporate governance award. No, that's just restating fact. But this one I just did is not restating fact, but what? Using information. I just used the information. I first said that the company has done this or is considered to be this. And this is why I have said that it's considered to be the way I've said it. That is using information. But even before I got here, you see what I first did? I first written it out somewhere. So that by the time I now want to write my report itself, I'll just be coming back here to pick it, open to the back of my answer booklet. Look at what I have there. Go and develop it more. This one is just 3 words. Just 3 words. Then I'll go to the main part of my report to develop more on it. And that is when you are doing the second reading. Moving on. It's almost 7. Now, here they mention about competitors. See, they mention about competitors of the company. See what I wrote here? Another strength that I highlighted: product quality, market excellence, productivity and innovation, health and safety, corporate responsibility and sustainability, goodwill, strong brand name, economic position. Then they now mention about competitors. Threats. Competitors can be seen as threats. So we need to know more information about them? Most likely from the please go ahead. Whoever hands is our hands up should go ahead, please.
Oh, okay.
Please go ahead.
Sorry about strength. There was this part that strength. There was this part that I read about them having this backward integration. That is, they have their own supplier.
This is it.
Can we consider that as a strength?
So good.
Backward integration.
That's very good. But you now need to ask yourself. Let me now ask you, where will you consider them as a strength? Where? Why? How? How will you use that information?
You know that means they have their own. They are in control of as a supply of their raw material.
Good.
Yeah, they can
now,
actually
let's say in
control
financial
price
terms.
Good.
Good. That's very solid. Let's now say in financial terms, ratio wise, where will you relate that one to? Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, that will be under their revenue and then cost of sales.
No, which one exactly? Which one exactly?
Okay, cost of sales. Their cost of sales.
What is supposed to happen to the cost of sales?
Margin. And so if you don't reduce.
Good. And that is how it's being done. See, you see all the questions that I'm asking you to prompt you to further think more about it. If you have thought about everything as you were reading it, trust me, that is everything that you are going to be telling me. But now I have to prompt you. So now in your exam, you will not have me there to be prompting you, which means you have to think far and wide. See, what you just said is what I've written here. See, I look at their financials. Can you see my screen? Can we all see my screen?
Yes.
Can we see what I just highlighted? Reasonable cost of sales and gross margin. Can this be what I just highlighted? Activities, reasonable cost of sales and gross margin. Can this be attributed to backward integration activities mentioned in the table? So in a nutshell, right? What she just said, if it happens that in a nutshell, right? Mute your mic. What she just said, bounce back, Daniel. Thank you. So this is it, right? If what she just said, thank you. So this is it, right? If what she just said, I can hear myself. Daniel. Thank you. So if what she just said is, if what she just said happens that they did not ask us to even do anything on strength, you need to know where you are going to use that information. You must know it. Because that's the essence of understanding the information that I've been shouting since morning. Understanding the information means that you must know where to apply it. And that is why we have the back of our answer booklet there. So that as soon as you are seeing any information that can take them and go and put them at the back of our answer booklet, page XYZ, there is an information there that will be useful for this subject matter. Am I making sense? So, moving on. I think somebody else raised his or her hand. Any question? Okay, I'll take it as a no question. Right, moving on, right. Who is raising hand?
Sorry. One thing again. When I was actually thinking about the backward integration, apart from being a strength to the company, it could actually be like a threat to them. Okay, now because they have control of their suppliers, as they know they can control the prices and everything. But what if like another supplier now enters into the market with a lower cost than their own, as in their own supply, as the cost of their own raw material, like a new, like a competitor, or I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Understand what you are
for
saying.
instance, now let's say, okay, let's say part of their raw material, they have control over the price, as in the supply, because they are like in charge of okay, the company that supplies. Okay, now I'm now looking at it. What if another company that supplies the same raw material they use now have as in like cost lower than what they have? Is that
So
like a threat?
no. So that particular first one, you will not down the particular first one that is now a threat. You have to be careful there. You are the one that just brought in new information that is now a threat.
Okay, I should just leave it as a threat.
Exactly. The new one that you just bring in is the one. Also, this is something you must be careful of. Anything that is not within this, assume beyond something that is close by. There is already a lot of information that you have not even finished using. You are now assuming another person coming into the. Please don't assume that one. Let's just play with what we have for now. When we are not exhausting what we have, yeah. But again, it's not a threat on its own. In fact, it's a strength. Right? The one that you brought into the picture, that what if another person comes? That another person that comes is now the threat. That the company must now provide how to tackle or how to ensure they create some side of safeguard around. I hope that helps. Somebody else also raised hand. Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead, Moronke. Do you have a question or not? Okay.
That's an error.
Okay, an error. Thank you. So moving on, right? Moving on. Guys, I hope we are seeing the way I am trying to use the content of the case study. That's the most important thing. No, you have to leverage it. You have to leverage them. Let's move on. Competitors. They said the competitors, that means that they will likely give us benchmark. That's my own opinion. They will likely give us benchmark. So guys, as soon as we start reading, let's watch out for the benchmark. Once they give us benchmark like this, your problem on what ratios to calculate has been solved. Just go and pick all those benchmarks, go and write them at the back of your answer booklet. Then you will now be watching out for activities or things that they will mention that will impact those benchmarks in terms of running commentary. That's ratio commentaries now. Board and management. This is fine. I don't think there is anything you want to use this one to do. I only observed that they have 3 NEDs, which makes sense, right? They have 3 EDs and 3 NEDs, which makes sense for me. Go ahead. Shegun.
Yeah. What I discovered under the board management is that no independent non-executive director.
No what?
In the board management.
What did you say?
Independent non-executive director.
There is none?
Yeah.
The ones that they now saying call.
All this one, I believe that if you should look at it.
You are the one. Don't look at it though. What it means is NED is NED. They are independent. So they are just 2 directors. Is it that you are part of the executive directors, the one that works day to day? Those are the executive directors. Then, or you are NED. NEDs are the independent directors. They call them non-executive directors. They don't play part in the day-to-day activities of the business. So there is no actually any. It's called non-independent independent. Do you get it? NED means non-executive. Okay. So once you are non-executives, that means you are independent. And they have 3, which makes sense. It means that they balanced their board composition. Because balancing your board compositions requires that you have at least 3 NEDs. I hope that answers The question.
Yeah, yes.
Makes sense. Thank you. Moving on. They mentioned something about the DCN's mission, vision. All of these places, I still don't see much. Go on, please. Samuel, please go ahead.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear now.
All right. This is still on the ED and the non-executive directors issue. Since they are executive directors and they are non-executive directors, they both have different interests. The executive directors are basically for their own interest, their salaries, remuneration, while the non-executive just want to maximize their wealth, shareholder wealth. So how about the independent non-executive director?
I just explained it. There is nothing like independent non-executive director. There is nothing like independent non-executive directors. Non-executive director status are independent. I don't know if you get the point.
Shareholders.
So there are two types of directors. Did you just say what about shareholders?
No, they are shareholders, non-executive directors.
No. Non-executive directors doesn't necessarily have to be shareholders, but they can be part of the shareholders, but they don't necessarily have to be shareholders. Do you get? Right. So if you remember in your corporate governance, in your audit or advanced audit, you remember that there are two directors. There is the executive directors, and then there are the NEDs. NEDs are non-executive directors. So those NEDs are expected to be independent because they don't play any crucial role in the day-to-day operations of the business. They only checkmate the executive directors. So NEDs are independent already. Those ones are already independent because they are non-executive. So if you call them independent non-executive directors, it's still the same thing. That's who they are. Or is it that you call them non-executive directors or you call them independent non-executive director? Using the independent non-executive director to me to be a tautology because non-executive directors are already independent of the business because they don't get salary, they don't get anything. In fact, a number of them don't usually get any stake in the business. But sometimes you can have shareholders also be NEDs. NEDs are like the non-independent, those ones are the independent ones. The EDs are like the ones that are the one that are like running the business from time to time that we need to checkmate. I hope that's
thank you.
Yes, boss. Yeah, moving on. This place as well, I don't think there is much information they talk about, but they mention something about corporate social responsibility and sustainability. Who can tell me anything you are thinking? What are you thinking here? What's your thoughts?
Ethical issues.
Thank you. Ethical issues. Thank you very much. And that is it. So, see, in the exam, it is not as if you are expected to be highlighting ethical issues like an heading. No, it's not an heading. You incorporate them into your report. And you don't necessarily even need to highlight or mention anything that it is ethical issue, but you cite them. When you are citing them, the way you cite them will make the examiner understand that no, this guy is just a professional. He understands that there are ethical issues. Like you saying, also, it can be said that what's their name again? DCN a really good environment and blah 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 blah, and this can get consideration from the company's perspective, and you move on because it doesn't necessarily need to be bad. Like I've said, a number of us will be looking for bad things for ethical issues. It doesn't necessarily need to be bad. Like I've said again. So yeah, I said, see here, I mentioned when it goes to a point, response to economic threats, where there are threats, but DCN continues to identify and respond to major challenges confronting the company. They mention it, but I said response to economic threats. if your requirement eventually say that you should analyze external business environment, you must not forget this point. How is response? And they stated them in the here. This CN continues to identify and respond to major challenges confronting the country through its huge corporate social investment, especially in the areas of education, and whatnot. Right. And this you must be able to mention. See, how to mention this thing is not by just restating you are talking about. And that means you are not just restating facts. Right? You are not just restating facts. Moving on. It says this, go ahead, please.
Sorry that I'm asking plenty questions because the last exam I wrote,
that's why we are here.
I
Please,
failed, as in I failed my soul. This is like, okay, I want to get it right this time. All right,
yes,
okay. You were talking about SWOT analysis. I think that should come under our business analysis.
Good.
Okay, I want to ask, is it possible we use like we have two models for analysis? Like SWOT now is like trying to explain the business environment. Okay, there are internal, external threat and all those stuff. Then again, I was looking at their growth proposal and strategy. I can that come under business analysis too, because I read this ANSOP growth or matrix. Like
ANSOP matrix.
Can I use both? Okay, after talking about SWOT, can I also bring that in?
No, you don't need to use both, because even a SWOT can serve for both. Okay. A SWOT can serve for both. Why? So, and that's why I said you need to understand. So, see, there is a difference between knowledge is. You have knowledge of what Potter's diamond is. You have knowledge of what, but now is application. You need to have knowledge of the subject matter of the case study you are working on and decide what you are applying. And how do you decide on what you are applying? We started from somewhere. Where did we start from? Who can remember where we start from? Where did we start from before we start planning? What did we have to analyze? Who remember what we analyzed? What did we analyze when we were planning? My people, are we together at all?
The requirements.
Thank you.
The requirements.
Thank you. The requirements. That is the only thing. So before you decide whether you are going to do ANSOP matrix, you are not using the scenario to decide different things. There are a lot of things. In that scenario alone, you can write about corporate social responsibility. Somebody like me that understand even advanced reporting, in that scenario alone, I was already thinking of ESG. And all of those things. Like, there is corporate governance, there is social responsibilities, there is this, there is that. Bro, if you base what you want to do on the case study, you will get lost because you have to do a lot of things. But if you use the requirements, everything is simplified. You know what you want to do. To tell you something, right? The same set of information that you are going to use to work on your ANSOP matrix is the same set of information that you can also use to use your SWOT. And it's the same set of information that you can also use to do PESTEL. But the most robust one is SWOT. Except for when it is now becoming specialized, that you have to do like something like a Potter's diamond. When it's becoming specialized, like that you have to do like Potter's 5 forces. But when it is still just external business environment and all of those things, please and please make it simple. Easy does it better. Make it simple, get your marks, move on. Don't go and use two different tools, because when you use two different tools, you will get to a point where a single information can go for both. You will now be struggling for which one to actually use it for. Of which, if you go for one, the same information that you are supposed to use for ANSOP matrix, you can bring the same information to your SWOT. It's just how technically sound you are with using those information that will now determine how well you are going to use it. And that's why we are here in the first place. Those growth activities that you see there, please tell me, what says those things cannot be strengths? What says those things, if they are externally inclined, what says those things cannot be opportunities? What says you cannot classify those things between strength, opportunity, threat, and weaknesses? Nothing. So why bring unsolved matrix when you can easily classify those things and use those information within the confine of what you have said you want to do as per the requirements? I hope that makes sense. Moronke?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, makes sense. See, they said something here. DCN is heavily involved in sponsoring, that's the corporate. DCN built several solar, blah, blah, blah. Moving on. Footprints, recognition. DCN approach to sustainability covers its entire value chain. Moving on. Those ones are stories. DCN's corporate governance. See, yeah, you should know that they still spoke about corporate governance. Moving on. DCN's code. You see, you cannot even use all this information. You can only use few of them at a go. And that's why it's what does that supposed to mean is that even by the time you start is when you now decide. You can be using individual of them at different spaces. I will still show us what I have. DCN's corporate governance. Moving on. DCN codes of business. Moving on. Then ancillary industries. Backward integration. When I got here, I think it's Morocco as well that mentioned about this backward integration something. Yeah. When we got to this backward integration, see what I wrote here. I said, cheap raw materials, companies' raw materials and packaging materials. This includes limestones, what did I write here? And manufacturing bags, etc. Right? So I expect that because of that backward integration, because when I was reading, so guess what? Let's say we are now working on our planning. We are still on our planning. What I will do with these cheap raw materials that I've seen here is to take it here. Guys, be looking at me. I'll just bring it here. I'll put it here. I will say page, where did I see it? Page 8. I'll put it under gross profit margin. I think we've discussed why it will fall under gross profit margin because of cost of sales. So by the time we are only commentary on ratio for gross profit margin as to why it is good, we will make reference to that part to say the reason why it is good is because they are getting their raw materials cheap. Right? That will give you full mark. Also, if there is an information that speaks to revenue and somebody else uses the fact that it is because of revenue, the person will also get full mark. Both of you will get the same full mark. Right? Sorry, please just give me a sec. Sorry. So both of you will get the same full mark in that regard. Right. So we are almost there. So these are the financials. Guys, me looking at these financials. This is the thing I will tell us about financials. Sorry, I need to quickly. So looking at the financials, right? Looking at the financials, this is what I want us to do. Anytime we are looking at the financials, just look at the numbers. Don't even press calculator first. Sorry. Don't even press calculators. Look at what the numbers is saying. Me looking at the numbers, we can tell that property, plant, and equipment is increasing. No wahala. Does it give anything? See, now, look at this one. Then, intangible asset and goodwill is decreasing. And you want to wonder, why is it decreasing? Because they are doing a number of goodwill activities. Why is it decreasing? Sorry, I need to pick this call. Sorry. So moving on, right? Can we all hear me? Somebody said they can't hear me in
Yes.
Okay, I think it's not from my end then. Moving on, right? You see what I did, and this is something that you all must do in the exam or before you decide on any trend analysis to do. In trend analysis does not mean you must do this plus this divided by this or for everything. No, that is time wasting. You do trend analysis for important items. Guys, are we together? Don't go and start doing trend analysis for property, plant, and equipment or intangible assets, investment, inventories. Nobody send you that message. Something that you will not use to do anything. Why are you now wasting time? If you not used to run any commentary, why are you wasting time doing it? Right? So, looking at these things, you want to look at the most important things. What are the things that are looking one kind? See, this place, trade and other receivables. It was 10,000 something here. It's not looking consistent enough. Inventories is decreasing. What does that supposed to mean? Does that mean that they are becoming more efficient? Right? Does that mean that they are becoming more efficient? Or is it because they are getting their cost of goods low? Or why exactly is inventory reducing? Those are the things that you should be looking out for in the unseen. Then, deposits for imports. I don't think all these ones, prepayments too, is decreasing, but those ones doesn't have any significant effect. Loans and borrowings, this one decreased drastically. You want to ask yourself, is there any change to capital structure? If loans and borrowing is decreasing, why? What is replacing it? Right? Guys, if loan and borrowings are decreasing, what is replacing them? What? Who wants to tell me?
Retained earnings.
Equity.
Thank you. Equity. Equity.
Equity,
The fight is always between either loans and borrowings or it's equity. That is why I said, is there a change to the capital structure? Guys, see, the knowledge from your SFM, from your PM, from your everything, the knowledge applies. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to write everything about those knowledge, but you must be able to use those knowledge to pass some sort of professional skepticism. See, what we call professional skepticism is this. Let's look at this. See, when I started looking at their financials, can we all see my screen? Let me know once you can see my screen. Hello?
Not sharing yet.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
What of now?
It's just like
not sharing.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's better now. You
but
can
it's
see
not
it now. Can you see it now?
It's just like our own.
Let me just rough it and come back. Let me know once you can see my screen.
I can see it now. It's fine now.
So before I move on with the financials, please, I need to quickly get to pray. Just give me like 10 minutes break, and then I will continue. While we are waiting, a quick classwork for us is these financials that we are looking at, right? Let's all look at the financials. While we are looking at the financials, let's try to see the ones that we think we should do trend analysis for. What do I say? From the financials, decide on your own the ones that we should do trend analysis for. Let's send it to the WhatsApp platform. Let's see. Let's send. Also, I remember that I gave us on ratios. It's only one person ratio that I'm seeing here. I've not seen any other person's ratios. Please, let's send in our ratios. Let's also send in Prince. Please go ahead.
All right. Concerning the ratios, I did notice that current asset ratio and quick asset ratio, that was proven to be a little bit difficult. I don't know if anyone has possible solutions to that.
Okay, that's a very good one. Thanks for speaking up. So, guys, two things. Let's run commentary on like three ratios, three different ratios: net profit margin, ROSE, and gearing. Those three things. Let's run commentary on them. When I come back, just give me like 10 minutes. When I come back, we'll review them. Thank you. I'll put it in so we can also let's agree on those trend analysis that we are meant to do.
Please, can anyone share their ratios for current ratio and quick ratio and how they were able to determine the variances here?
Prince, I think you should check the comment section.
Hello, can you hear me? Apologies for the delay. Yeah, but can you hear me? Hello.
Hear you, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so let's just wrap up. We've spent a number of hours here. Wrapping up, right? I think we stopped looking at the financial. So guys, you help me with those of us that have sent our commentary in. You will help me with the commentary again. Please. My internet went off for a while, so you help me with that again. So as I was saying, right, looking at the financials. Okay, so I gave us a classwork around the financials. So who can tell me from this particular statement of financial positions, right? Which items will you say we should calculate trends for? Who is going first? I've said a number of things about not everything we are going to be calculating trends for and all of those things. I've said a number of things. Prince, please go ahead. Nobody, can we all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, we didn't get the question. I didn't get the question.
I was saying that before I left, I said we should look at these financials and tell me I said we can't calculate trend analysis for all these things because that will be wasting time. And I said we should look at I've told us before how to identify what to calculate trend for. And I even mentioned to the point where you have 6 years financials and you cannot begin to calculate for everything. This is a statement of financial position. Which items do you think we should calculate trend for? Trend is percentage change. This 2019 divided by 2019. Which one are we going to be doing those kind of things for?
Okay, I think we should do for the revenue, the cost of, and the gross profit. Then
this is the financial. This is the statement of financial position.
Okay.
Retained earnings.
One, go ahead.
I think
Sandra,
for the financial,
let's hear from Sandra.
We should.
Juliet, okay. you and your sister, you have been the one taking the ocean. Let me hear from Sandra.
Okay, Sandra, I think we should calculate for assets turnover, inventory turnover also.
No, those ones are ratios. I'm talking of the trend. The trend is basically the percentage change in some of these items. These items that we are looking at. So, we have... don't you people know what trend analysis is? Juliet. Before Juliet. Arenze.
I think we should calculate the trend analysis for retained earnings. We looked at the change in capital structure.
Yeah, makes sense. Retained earnings. And if you look at this retained earnings, it's cause for questioning. Yeah, please go ahead. Which one? Which other one?
And like you mentioned,
is it my network?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I said, like you mentioned earlier, inventory too.
Inventory. What else?
And then trade receivables. Trade and other receivables.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Makes sense. Daniel.
Calculate for the loan and borrowings.
The what? For the what?
Loan and borrowings.
Interesting. Very key. Very key, actually. Very, very key.
And I'm sorry, sir. What about this intangible asset and goodwill? Is it that because I think that goodwill is not to be added to intangible assets?
It's not to be added.
Like they are together in the statement of financial.
It can. I think the one that you are looking at it from the perspective of group accounting.
Yes.
No. You don't necessarily need to look at it from the perspective of group accounting because goodwill is an intangible asset to start with. So if they add them together, it's fine. Does that make sense? Yeah. Last person that wants to say something. Okay, Juliet. Let me have Juliet. Juliet, I think, is Juliet still here? Okay. Nkesi, please go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to adjust my phone.
No, don't adjust your phone again. Let Nkesi go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay, so sorry.
No problem.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. I wanted to ask for the deposit for import. Should we also calculate the trend for that? Because it seems so, if you notice, it's kind of reducing.
Yeah, but do you understand what it means? That's the number one thing.
Okay. I could relate it to the backward integration.
Makes sense. If you understand what it means, then makes sense. That makes sense. Then you can use. So again, just like I've said. So let me have Juliet. Then I'll go ahead. Juliet, please go ahead.
Okay, you were asking the trend to calculate in the financials, like for the income statement.
No, let's okay. Go ahead with income statement.
Okay, for the income statement, I would do trend on revenue, gross profit, and profit for the year. Then for the other one, I didn't do that one. Then the other one, sorry, I'm looking at it. Okay. For the other, I'm going to do on assets. That's the total asset.
Makes sense.
Then I will do on loans and borrowings. Then I'm going to do on equity.
Makes sense. Thank you. Makes sense. Yeah, I love that. But somebody has asked a very valid question that we should talk on explaining the concept of trend analysis. So trend analysis is to enable us get who asked the question so that I can direct it to the person. Michael. So Michael, this is it. You see the way these things are. Look at this place. Assets, property, plant, and equipment. 2018 it was 49 billion. 2019 it was 71 billion. In fact, this is supposed to be trillion. It was 71 trillion. Then 2020 it was 76 trillion. Looking at them is called trend. Looking at a financials or looking at something from a particular period of time or looking at something over a particular period of time is called trend. Analyzing that trend now means that getting the percentage change between those things, between those periods. How has those things changed over the period? To get the percentage change, My battery is damn low. My battery is too low. Let me try to connect with another thing entirely so that I can be able to finish up the class. I'm coming, please. Sorry, I need to. Sorry. So I'm coming. So basically, that's what trend is. Trend is about calculating the percentage change in those things, right? We are calculating the percentage change. To calculate the percentage change, what do? What do? You do old, like you do the new outcome that you have with you minus the old divided by the old. That is, if you want to do percentage change in 2020 to see what is the difference between 2019 and 2020 in terms of percentage, how has it increased? How has it changed? That's trend. You will now say 76 trillion minus 71 trillion divided by 71 trillion. 2020 divided by 2020 minus 2019 divided by 2019. If it is 2019 that you want to do, you will do 2019 minus 2018 divided by 2018. Does that make sense, Mike? I hope he's still on the call. Also, basically, for you to determine on how to go for the trend analysis or what to recognize and as trend, for you to determine what to recognize and what
Okay, sorry, is that the
Go ahead, Nelson.
So is that the common size ratio that you're talking about?
No, common size is quite different from trend, but they are in the same category. But common size is also a form of financial analysis, but it's also a form of financial analysis, but it's not trend. Trend is looking at things over a period of time. Common size will be around looking at an item, comparing it to the old. I don't know if you get my point. Let's say you are picking PPE and you are comparing with total assets and all of those things, right? So, but trend is what helps you to tell us about the percentage changes in those things. So you see this one now. Let's use this loan liability for example. It was 23 trillion in 2018, 22 trillion in 2019, and all of a sudden it became 4 trillion. You have to talk about the percentage change, that it has dropped, it has reduced, and all of things that will inform you on what to calculate, what trend to calculate is your ratios. Let's say you have your gross profit margin ratios now. You want to run commentary on it. You know, gross profit margin is gross profit divided by revenue. Then it is necessary and wise that you calculate trend for your gross profit and then your revenue as well, so that you even your cost of sales, so that you are going to be able to use it to run your ratios efficiently, to say that it has changed by 40% between this period and this period. Does that make sense? Let's move on to ratio analysis, because that's all. Yeah, we have the DCN proposed growth strategies. Scout for existing, they want to expand. If they are not able to merge, they will open a new one. Scout for overseas plans with vibrant. These ones are, so instead of doing a sort of answer-off matrix for this one, these ones are something around opportunities, external factors. So it can still fall within SWOT analysis. So having said all of these things, let's now go back to using some of the information from what I've highlighted. See, from the financials, see what I've said here. I said, why is goodwill dropping year on year? You need to watch out for it from your what's it called, unseen part. Why is so much trade receivables? It seems like at some point there's trade receivables is high kind of a thing. 10,000, 10 trillion, 7 trillion. Inventory seems to be proving efficiency. Can this be justified? All these questions that I wrote here, they are called professional skepticism. Professional skepticism. And all of us must be able to exhibit them in our exam. You are not necessarily going to be asking anybody. You are not necessarily going to be writing them out like the way I'm writing them here. But within your head, you need those professional skepticism to guide your thoughts. And also, you need both those professional skepticism to write a very powerful report. Does that make sense? Then I said, they are doing well with their prepayments, right? I also said long-term loans and borrowings have dropped significantly. What happened? Any change in capital structure? So these are the reason why. What this will be prompting is that they will be making me to question or to carry out analysis on those subject matters. So number one thing is you are even mere looking at the numbers, without carrying out any analysis, and I'm able to tell us that there are some areas that you need to give significant preference to, right? And then going forward, I said trade payables keep increasing year on year. Is this as a result of efficiency in managing vendors or otherwise? Right? Retained earnings is looking good year on year. Like the next thing, total equity increases year on year. Could this be why loan and borrowings are dropping? So you see the way I'm asking those questions, they are to guide my thoughts on how to write my report and run my ratio commentaries. Are we getting the gist? Are we together? Hello, guys, are we together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Interesting. Then I said reasonable cost of sales and gross margin. Can this be attributed to the backward integrations activities mentioned in the case study? Okay, I've not written out things to watch out from the unseen. Things to watch out from the unseen. Number one is financial performance. More information to write better ratio commentary. Then the business proposals. The business proposals from the growth strategies. The business proposal, this can be induced from the growth strategies plus simple arithmetic with income and expenditure at the forefront of consent. And that's it. Guys, that's it. So, final thing that we'll be doing before we call it a night or before I give room for more questions and answers and all of those things is ratio commentaries. So, guys, let's see your ratio commentaries. I've not seen them. I've not seen the ratio commentary. Somebody should help me with their ratio commentary. I've not seen your ratio commentary, so my system is getting low. Where is our ratio commentary? Somebody has helped me with a ratio commentary before. But then let me just, while we are doing that, while we are getting our ratio commentaries, let me try to quickly, because I don't have much time again. So from the pre-scene, right? this particular person we are doing does not have much information, but as much as possible, what we want to try as much as possible to do is what I've done here. The way I've analyzed the whole thing, we must be able to analyze it. And then the most important thing that I want us to be able to get is this ratio commentary. So I need us to do something to now then correct us on how to go more about doing it. So guys, who has done ratio commentary? Somebody did it, but when my network went off, it logged me out and I can't find the ratio commentaries again. Hello? Hey, this is my people. Okay, let's move on. So for ratio commentaries, right, as much as possible, this is what is common that you will see many people do, which is wrong. Let's say, for example, our gross margin. Let me give us an example. Our gross margin in 2020 is 20%. Our gross margin in 2020 is 20%, and in 2019 is 30%. 2019 is, or for this company, 2019 will be 15%, and 2018 no, and industry standard is 10%. Yeah, who can run a commentary on this as a gross margin, given the current information that we have from the person? Hello, who wants to run it? Who wants to try? So this is the gross margin information. Who wants to try to run a commentary based on this before I give us how to go about it? Because usually gross margin is usually one of those places that I'm going to share everything that I have with you people. I'll share with the admin will share everything with us so that we can all add them. But then I love it when we attempt. It seems like we are all getting tired. So let me just wrap up, right? Wrapping up. What is common to see is that, do you have somebody that wants to try?
Like I was trying to see if we could not take us back to let me see what they're talking about. 20% in which year? Okay, in which
20% in 2020.
Okay, yeah. Okay. And 2019. Okay.
And then industry standard is it's 10%.
Is it safe to say that yes, there's an increase in the gross profit margin now, maybe because there's a reduction in the cost of sales?
I need you to tell me the way you most likely do in the exam.
Okay.
The exam is close by, and if you remember what I've said, this time is not the time to be learning something new. It is the time to be confirming that you know what you think you know. There is no way you people will not do ratio analysis in the exam, or there is no way you will not run commentaries on ratios in the exam. Or by now, you should be certain of the way you want to go and run your ratio analysis. If there are now areas of improvement, then I suggest then you quickly acclimatize or try to take part of whatever I am suggesting. Not now I'm supposed to be teaching us how to run ratio analysis. It is not now. Now is to be confirming that you guys know what you think you know. So yeah, let's have you people. Go ahead, Juliet.
I would say the gross profit here, it increased from 2019 to 2020 by 5%. It was 15% in 2019, then 20%. And the industrial average is 10%. So which means the DCN company's own is higher than the industrial average, which is encouraging. It implies that the revenue of DCN generated the expected gross profits. And this can be linked to the low cost of sales, maybe as a result of
not maybe, as a result of the backward integration. That's all.
Well, I love your attempt, which means that honestly, if you have more guide, you do a lot better, and that is what I'll be giving you now. Who wants to attempt again to see if there is anything I also need to mention? I already know it's a specialized response I'm going to give to Juliet because she has attempted. She will get more what's it called, more tailored answer or response. So if you have anything that you also want to say, yeah. But everybody will benefit from this thing anyway. So yeah, this is the thing. Whenever you are running commentary on ratio, please go ahead.
I need to try now.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, so can I see the figures? Sorry.
So these are the figures, right? These are the figures, but go ahead.
Okay, so let me say DLN company recorded an impressive gross profit margin of 20% for 2020 compared to 15% and 10% respectively for 2019 and the industry average standard. So this is a good performance and which is encouraging. So one of the drivers for this performance can be attributed to a reduction in cost of sales, and I recommend this year companies to sustain this performance to improve subsequently year on year, like to improve on the performance. So they need to sustain such performance over time.
This is you did well. You did well. That's cool. But there's still some missing elements. But that's cool. Yeah, let me now make it what you have said, what Juliet has said. Let me now bring everything together. So this is it. I said each time you are running ratio commentary, number one thing is to state the result. What is the result? That is what Ayodele just did. He first stated the result. Then number two thing is to state what is the impact of the result, or what are the drivers of the result. Then what is the impact, and what is the last thing you'll be saying on it. So guys, look here, look based on this particular thing. You see that when we were reading through everything that I've been doing, I was relating it back to our reading. So I'll be fast before I run out of don't let me start writing another one. Let me just show us. So this is it. Now look what both of them just said. Then compare it with this guy on return of capital employed. I said here, ABC Limited rose in 2020. In fact, let's change it to gross profit margin. ABC Limited gross profit margin in 2020 stood at 20% when compared with 2019, where it reported 30%. This indicates a 5% decrease in the rows, and this can be attributed to recurring increase in global competition and inflation of primary inputs, thus resulted in a decrease in revenue from 250 million in 2019 to 180 million in 2020. However, given the subsidy by the FGN on imported XYZ, it can be said that ABC Limited cost of goods will reduce by 40%. Hence, the company's PBT for the future looks good. This is based on past one. Now, let me use the same approach to comment on this current one. Before that, let me give you guys what I've given for ratio analysis. Whenever you are running commentary, this is also a commentary, just one single commentary, but I'm coming. Planning, profitability, position, prospect, commentary on performance. Okay, this is not where it is. Let me just go ahead and. So yeah, see, look at this. CN gross profit margin. Let me go for this CN reported a gross profit margin of 20% in 2020.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I might not be able to type, but then we are going to manage me saying things out, right? So this is what I was going to say. When you are running your ratio commentaries, right? I said number one thing. Let us know the report. What is the report? If you just, this is common with students. Students will just say the reports. They will just say DCN reported 20% in 2020 and 15% in 2019, and this represents 5% increase in DCN gross profit. This will not earn you any mark because you have just stated just facts. You have not used the information. You have not leveraged on the information. Leveraging the information, you will go like this. 1, state the results of your ratio. 2, state the drivers of the results, or what caused the result for the result to be like that. After the drivers, in terms of from the elements, to get the drivers, you look at the element of the ratios. Then, what are the causes? Why is the result the result? What can you say from the scenario that makes the result to be the result? Then the last one, right? What is the consequence? Or what is your own comments or conclusion? Then if there are thought there is room for recommendation, you make recommendation. So yeah, look at this. DCN reported a gross profit of 20% in 2020 as compared to 15% reported in 2019. Or when we go, DCN reported 20% gross profit margin in 2020. This is 5% increase compared to, or this indicates a 5% increase in gross profit margin compared to the 15% reported in 2019. Right? That's one. When examined, it can be deduced, or this is related, or this can be attributed to the increasing or decreasing, this can be attributed to the decreasing cost of sales seen by DCN as a result of its backward integration, right? You can now link the backward integration to the case study scenario. You know, we are already linking it. Also, the continuous increase in DCN's revenue can be attributed to its marketing activities or marketing efforts, right? Or DCN's marketing effort can also be said to have contributed to its increasing revenue. Also, one thing we would have noticed is that they said in the case study scenario that DCN was given award for its marketing activities, right? So when we now bring this, when you relate all these things, right, you can eventually now conclude that when compared to industry average, it can be said that DCN has outperformed the industry because of its activities around its marketing and the cost optimization mechanism of backward integration adopted by DCN. You see, all of these things are the way they are because you must ensure that you are using the scenario. And how do you use the scenario again? 1, tell us the results. DCN recorded 20% gross margin. When compared to 2019, it indicates a 5% increase in the gross margin. And this can be attributed to its continuous increase in revenue, but as well as its controlled cost of sales, right? This can be as well as its controlled cost of sales. You have told us the elements of why the result is the result. the two elements that account for gross profit margin is what? Revenue and cost of sales. Those are the two elements. If those two are fine, once you let them know that you know the elements, and those two means that you have to do the the trend of those two, so that you can also use the trend of those two to communicate or to drive your point home. Then the last part will now be you bringing the comments or the case, the things that you've seen in the case study around DCN backward integration. Like you've said that DCN has control over its cost of sales. What do you mean? Then you will now mention DCN control over its cost of sales can be ascertained from it or could be deduced, or DCN's cost of sales reduction could be deduced as a result of its backward integration exercise, right? Then the market, the revenue, increasing revenue. What can you relate the increasing revenue to? You can relate the increasing revenue to the fact that DCN is constantly marketing its product to the extent that DCN got an award for that marketing activity. I don't know if that makes sense. Does anybody get the idea of what I'm trying to pass? Or do we have any question? Juliet, your hand is up.
Sorry for that.
Oh, okay. Anybody with any question before we move on to the final part in terms of final words from myself here? Questions, please. Does it mean we are all good? Please go ahead, Wasim.
Yes, thank you. I want to confirm further that is it possible also to link the increment in revenue to the inventory? Because if you see the inventory is reducing, which means that maybe there's higher demand of the product. Is it possible to link the revenue to inventory also?
So it is possible, but the inventory to revenue is too indirect as compared to inventory to cost of sales.
Okay.
It's too indirect. So you have, so the way, if you look at the way I've linked the way I've said you should run your commentary, this is it. First, tell us the result. So the result is that it has increased from 15% to 20%. That's the result. Tell us what caused the result. The elements first. Start with the elements. What are the elements for calculating that ratio? It is gross profit and revenue. But you cannot say gross profit and revenue, but rather it is actually cost of sales and revenue, because what makes up gross profit in the first place is what? Cost of sales and revenue. So the two elements are cost of sales and revenue. You will now talk about those two by saying that whether those two or either of them has increased or reduced. DCN has continued to see increasing revenue, right? But cost of sales here, you can only say that. So this is where the trend analysis for the two comes in. You do a trend analysis to see what the revenue has increased by compared to what the cost of sales has increased by. DCN revenue has continuously increased between 2018 to 2020 by 10%, 15%, and 30% respectively, compared to the cost of sales that has been marginally increasing by 2%, 3%, and 4% respectively. You know that you cannot compare an increase of 5% to 10% to 15% or to 30%. You can't compare to something that is increasing by 2, 3, 4. Yes. So because of that, what you will now be able to now say there is that you will now go to the next phase. The next phase is now to relate you to the scenario. You know that they gave BCN award for marketing. So you can now link the increasing revenue to the marketing activities efforts, right? Okay. Then you know that the gradual increase in cost of sales, you cannot link that one to the backward integration, saying that the reason why the cost of sales is not increasing in proportion to the revenue is because of controlled cost of sales as a result of backward integration. Because of control, so if
Go back to the after we talked about the ethics ethics concern. I just wanted maybe a recap on that.
Okay, a recap of the ethics is this. So, we are talking about, if you want to talk about the ethics part, right, depending on the unseen part, the likely way I see us using the ethics is when we are comparing some certain parts, let's say the industry standard, with the company's own. So if the companies outperform the industry standard significantly, then we can relate it to the company's effort, that the company is gaining higher market share because of its effort as regards corporate social responsibilities and its concern for being ethically responsible. So again, there will be a lot of information. What should guide the information that you will be using is the requirement. Once you analyze your requirements and you are not seeing anything significant, you see all those ethical concerns, just bring them towards conclusion. Conclude. Part of your conclusion is that the company is ethically responsible, or the company is from all indicators and analysis, you can confirm or conclude, or we conclude that the company is doing well or has good corporate governance code. And you now tell us why you think the company has good corporate governance code. This can be confirmed as a result of the company's award from NSC, as well as the company's balanced board composition, as well as any other thing that you see from the case. Does that make sense? So there are two ways. One way is if the company really outperforms the industry average, then you can leverage those things to say that you can say because of those things, that is the reason why the company is gaining higher market share. One, if that doesn't come that way, if the company does not really outperform the industry average, then you can now come back to the conclusion part to mention that part, that corporate governance things that you've seen as part of the conclusion that the company is socially responsible. And you will now relate it. Company is socially responsible is just a statement. Now, to make it more reasonable and to make it like a report, like a professional report, you have to now bring where you are saying or what you have used to decide that the company is socially responsible. You now bring it to the case. So in a nutshell, everything we want to do is we want to state our knowledge, right? But you want to corroborate it with using the information and making judgment. That making judgment is very key. Like everything that I've said, I said something about the percentage that we have been given on how they are going to assess the case study. Assimilation and using information, I've laid emphasis on that severally, right? Applying professional judgment, I've laid emphasis on that, where I've mentioned the kind of ratios and stuff, that the trend analysis that you need to do. Those are applying professional judgment. Everything that you just need to be doing is to say that we believe, or we observe that XYZ will be sufficient for whatever we want to do. Once you just make those comments, you are fine. Also, it is also part of the template that we have disclaimer. I'll share a template with us, the template that I have on my WhatsApp, and I'm sure a number of us also have different templates. From the templates, we see that there are disclaimers. So there are also any different form of disclaimers. Please go ahead.
Sorry, I just need a clarification. I don't know, maybe anyone have brought this to your notice. From the history, I was on for some times. From the history, from the beginning, the Bradley Cement was incorporated in 1956, commenced production 1959, and then it expanded 1957. Please, can you explain that part? Because it started business 56, so production 1959, and expanded 1957. I was trying to, I don't know where to manage that. Maybe there's a mistake or something.
Well, for me, that particular place is actually not significant to the case study itself, right? I don't find it significant to this case study itself, most especially when the company started, when the company expanded. Those things are not significant to the case study itself, unless where we see that we are told to critically evaluate the history of the company or something of sort. But it is possible that when they start production, they've expanded. It is very, very possible that even before they begin operations, they're already having different plants in somewhere else before they start another operations in the current position. So they have in Agbara, for example, they are still working on Agbara. They've not even started anything big deal. They can also decide to go ahead and develop a new plant in Asaba, where they also have their second plant. So that might not necessarily affect date of operations. Unless the only thing you can use that to look at, it is not a financial information. So we cannot really use it to say maybe there is something they are trying to hide. Assuming it's a financial information around maybe audited financial statement or no audited financial statement, say the company reports 50,000 in the management account, and by the time they are doing audits, auditor is saying that the 50,000 is now 30,000. That doesn't make a great deal of sense, and so that one is even a lot more is giving a lot more concern than just operational history. So that's just it, basically. That's the operational history, and I do not think it should have major effect on the reporting itself. Juliet, please go ahead. Then Ajewole next, then Prince next.
Sir, I just remembered something. We didn't talk about whether this is an internal or external report.
Oh, okay. If you notice, they are saying they have a client. It's a client, so you should know that it's an external report. But before it gets to the client, your superior, they said it in the first page when they are introducing us, Chukudi. They mentioned, so they mention what we do, we attend to clients and all of those things. So before it gets to the client, it gets to your boss. So it's actually an external report from what we've seen, because we are discussing client information here.
Okay.
Internal reports is usually when they want to consider within your own firm two different. In most cases, in recent time they've not been even given internal report like that. So internal report is probably within our firm we want to consider a lease or buy approach, or we want to go into a new business activities. Like it must be internally, like you must be an accountant in that organization or stuff like that. But this one, like you are working with a consulting firm. In most cases, when you are working with a consulting firm, it is external reports that you will likely be writing. So this particular one so far speaks to external. So Ajewole, please.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
From the financial statement given to us in your scene, we are given 3 year financial statement. And from the insight report that we've seen, we can give us 2-year financial statement or 1-year financial statement. And you have informed us that we're calculating the growth trend is a time waster. So now, from your explanation, when you explain to us that we should look at it that if the change is not really that significant, we should just put the relevant years. So now, since this is what we can do the exam on now, from the year 2018, if we should look at the revenue, 2018, 2019, and 2020, revenue has increased throughout. But it's not just a small change, it's a big increase in revenue. So now, in the exam on now, what are we supposed to do? If you are giving 2 years financial statement in the exam on now, what are we going to do? Say there's a significant change.
If you are given 2 years,
Yes.
can you hear me? Did you just say if you are given 2 years in the exam? Can anybody help me to repeat the last part that I said?
He said 2 years.
So if you are given 2 years, what should we do? I don't get that. But then, if it is that if you are given 2 years, what should you do? I think I have said that before. They will likely give us industry benchmark. So once they give us industry benchmark, then it makes sense for them to give us 2 years for us to calculate what we did in previous year, what we did in current year, then compare with industry standard. Because see, guys, ratio analysis. I'll send us my commentaries for us to learn more about the commentaries. Ratio analysis commentary is like one of the toughest that you must know how to do. It's one of those things that students usually commonize, and it makes a lot of students fail because they just state the fact. They will just tell the results and leave every other thing else. See, to run ratio commentaries, you want to tell us the reason behind the changes aside from the element. Like I've said, you want to tell us that this thing has changed. One, you want to tell us the reason behind the change. You want to tell us what caused the change. And then you want to tell us what we should expect going forward. So it's not a small thing. So if you have 2 years, just do your 2 years. Then you know that you are going to be comparing with industry standard. But if not, you will likely be given 3 years. In fact, you have already been given 3 years because pre-scene is also part of the case study. Unless if the on-scene is entirely different, that they now give you unaudited management accounts. Then if that one is now different, like totally different, then you use professional skepticism to say the account is not audited and all of those things. That as such, you might probably not be able to rely much on the information because if in year 1 it's just 15% increase, in year 2 another 5%, in year 3 another 8%, then in the management account you are now having 30% increase. That's crazy, right? So those are the things. But in terms of how many years to do, if it is still within 2 and 3 years, for me, I've said it. What I would just not advise is you to do 4 years upward. What are you doing that you are doing 4 years? If you are doing 3 years, it's still fine. If you are doing 2 years, it's fine. Provided most likely that you have industry standard. Even if you don't have industry average, then you should know that you have to run your commentary as full as possible. I hope that answers your question. Prince, please go ahead. Then after that, Ademide.
All right, thank you. I think there's just one thing that I just noticed that we didn't consider so far throughout this, which is introduction of new products. Nothing was said about it. We've not discussed that.
No, introduction of new products. Those are the proposed. Those are like the proposed part of the whole thing. Those are part of the growth strategies. When you say introduction of new products, that's from the current present, right? Is it part of the present?
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I said that they will be giving you business proposals. I think I mentioned that, and when I said that what will likely come up is business proposals. So when from what they've said that they want to merge with someone. If they are going to be merging with someone, if they see, they will merge. If they don't see, they will not merge. Most likely, if they want to go that route, they will let you know that this is what they will have if they will merge. They will give you the cost, they will give you the opportunities. Then if they don't merge too, they will give you the cost, they will give you the opportunities. What you will just use to analyze those ones is still your SWOT. It's still your SWOT. Again, when I say it's still your SWOT, I mean that if they are asking you to consider external environmental analysis per se, like on a they spell it out. If they don't spell it out, you will use all those your SWOT elements, your strengths, your weaknesses. You will use them to run whatever the financials that they say you should consider. You can use SWOT to run financial analysis. What do I mean? I say that the company revenue keeps increasing because of the company's revenue keeps increasing because of their marketing activities. Those ones can also be a strength if you want to use non-financial metrics like SWOT strength. The company got an award for marketing. That shows that the company has strong marketing team or they have strong marketing efforts. In English term, that can be it. In financial term, that can just be that is the reason why revenue is increasing. You just mentioned that and say that is the reason why revenue is increasing. So in a nutshell, right, in terms of the introduction of new products or new product line, the end goal will be whether it's financially viable or not. And I've said it again and I'll still repeat myself. Once the end goal of anything is whether it's financially viable or not, just focus on your income and expenditures. Income and expenditures. The only technical thing that you might now need to look at again, if that is the route, is discounting forward, discounting to present value. That's the only thing. If I thought they want you to use NPV, that they are mentioning things of the future that they want you to discount downward. That's the only consideration. Or any other technical things that you might see in your process of doing your plus and minus. Again and again. See, guys, this thing is not as complex as we used to have it back then, or as we used to think in SFM and all of those things. These ones will most likely be around what is your revenue. They will give you different things, different headache for you to calculate your revenue out. But at the end of the day, it is still revenue that they need. They will give you different headache for you to get your cost of sales out or your cost out. At the end of the day, it's still the cost that they need. So once you notice that it's the cost that they need, is the revenue that they need, you leverage the ones that are simple to get your answers out. In terms of do the ones that are simple, the ones that you are able to easily do, get them done. The ones that you are able to easily do in the cost, get them done. And as well, get an answer. When you get an answer, go and use your answer. Use your answer to run your commentaries. Trust me, you will still get a reasonable level of marks. Ademide before Yusuf. I hope that answers your question or addresses your concern, Prince.
It does. Thank you.
Ademide, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir, you said it's an external report. So, and we are reporting to our boss. So the form and two, whose name will be on it? Is it the two will be the name as in, will it be Chukwu did from two, then from the name of our to the name of our boss, and from the name they wrote in as in the precinct from Chukwudi, then to our boss, to the name of the boss.
Well, not necessarily right. You can meet your bike. Not necessarily right. All these ones are just formalities and all of those things. It can be directly from your company to your external, what's it called, your external people. But it's a draft. Your boss still needs to review. Do we have anybody that works in audit firm here? Maybe we can use a practical scenario to explain how these things work. Or anybody that works in consulting. If you work in audit firm or consulting, you can please unmute your mic. So the way it will normally work so that you can Anybody? Okay, if there is none, right? This the way it will normally work. You said what?
Okay, I want to make an input in that regard.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, so whenever there is a task from a client, regardless of whether it's the partner that is undertaking the task or it's an associate that is being saddled with the responsibility of undertaking the task, you are reporting to the external client. Even though your partner is going to review at the end of the day, what you are going to give to him is the report that is to be tendered to the outside client. So that's the way it works.
Yeah, that's it. That's just like the summary of everything I will have intended to say. Ademide, did you get that? Or do you get that?
Yes. And I also have a point, like you said on the intangible asset and goodwill, that it is reducing from 2018 to, can't the reduction, is it not because of the amortization in intangible assets?
Makes sense. It could have been because of amortization. That's really correct. But it doesn't cause any alarm. It doesn't cause for any alarm. But that makes sense. Thank you very much for that. Yusuf.
Hello, good evening, bro.
Yeah, good evening.
I really want to appreciate you for the job well done. It has been a long day. May God continue to strengthen you. My question is this. If we are going to use SWOT for the analysis of the financial statement, we have not pointed out the element of threat to the company. Is there any threat at all? You can point out in the scenario.
Yes, so there are threats, right? But we did not spell SWOT out because so far there is nothing that is pointing to the fact that we'll be required to do any external business analysis unless when the new business proposal comes.
Okay.
But there is one thing that you must note that I've identified when I was sharing my screen earlier on. I don't know if anybody noticed where I put threat. And what is that threat? Competitors. They name their competitors. And as soon as they name their competitors are naturally threats. There is no way you want to look about it. And they also said that both the company and the competitors, the three of them, DCN, Dangote, and Nigerian Cement, the three of them account for 90% of the industry market, right? And what does that mean? That means that those Dangote and the other guy, they are strong as DCN. But so far, right, what we've seen is that DCN is doing a lot better one way or the other from the information that we have than than any other person because they were given a certain award that affirmed them as like the most compliant in terms of corporate governance, and they gave them award in terms of marketing activities and all of those things. So for us to know whether there will be additional threat or not, or whether these competitors will be threats to them or not, we need to wait for additional information. But at the top of our head, we must continue to picture how these things will affect the unseen that we want to see, such that anytime so again, guys, this is why many people fail. One of the reasons why many people fail this exam is because there are too many information to deal with. People will not be going from A to B, trying to figure out what information to use, what to put. Don't do that. Don't join those train. Don't join that train of looking for information. Focus on what the requirement is and deal with the requirement. Again, I taught us how to analyze the requirements, right? We'll still summarize everything once we are done answering all the questions. I'll give a recap such that after the recap, if you now have any question, we'll address it on the chat. I'll still be available on the chat till we get our exam done, right? So, okay, let me just Ademide, your hand is up. You have a question. Then, if anybody has any question, please let's bring them up now. Before I think we should be out of here by 9 o'clock max. Pedro. I think I've really we've spent a lot of time here together. So yeah, any question from anybody? Let's ask. Go ahead, Ademide.
No question. Yeah.
Okay. Any comment from anybody? What else did you think that you've had that we've not point out or that we've not touched? And what's the review of the class? If at all you guys have any review before or should I go ahead to do we want us to go to the recap already? Should I go ahead to recap everything from the beginning to the end?
Please go ahead with the recap, sir.
Okay. Again, going back to recap what we've done, we started with the fact that when you get to the exam hall and you have your answer booklet and your question, how do you go about it? What do you do? So this is it, guys. If you want to write. If you want to jot. But then ensure, please and please, I'm begging us, let's try to follow this, let's try to follow this approach, right? The money that we pay might be a token, but it's still something that we should ensure that we utilize. Please, Ogawas, you go ahead before I go ahead with my report.
Sorry, sir. Before the recap, I want to ask a question. Can we rename our booklet, answer booklet? Can we renumber the answer booklet?
Well, you can, but I'm wondering what is of what essence.
And what I want to confirm, because if you scattered it or you don't know the number of pages you can leave to really contain your responses, your answer. Maybe you can choose something to scratch out the number and write another number. I just want to know if you can rename the answer booklet. You can renumber the answer booklet. I want to be sure.
Well, there is no problem with renumbering your answer booklet, because this is a report. At the end of the day, your answer booklet is just like a frame or an avenue for you to do your report. It could have been an Excel. It could have been a PowerPoint slide, right? At the end of the day, you are the one that will name your PowerPoint slide. You are the one that will number it and all of those things. So just see your answer booklet as a PowerPoint slide that you normally do your 1, 2, 3 into. So, even the PowerPoint slide used to have its own 1, 2, 3, which is usually different from the content of whatever the slide is. So just follow the fact that take your content as the content in that PowerPoint slide. If you want to renumber anything, just renumber. But again, if you are renumbering as much as possible, in terms of the number of pages you want to leave, I don't think you should use 20 pages. I don't think you should use 20 pages. But yeah, you can renumber, feel free to renumber, but try as much as possible not to go against any kind of Ican rules around this. I think they said you cannot write on your answer book, your question paper or something, any rules at all. Maybe there is a margin that you must not write on one thing. Just try to avoid going against Ican rule. But in terms of numbering your page, 1, 2, 3, you can do that.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So can I go ahead with the recap, or do we still have anybody with any concern? Okay. I will assume that there is no concern again. Please, let's try to hold on concern for now. When I'm done with the recap, if there is anything we did not capture, then you can come up with your concern. Right. So again, we started from the fact that don't waste time. When I say don't waste time, you are not expected to do 20 ratios. You are not expected to do trend analysis for all the items in the financial statement. You are also not expected to do trend analysis for all the years that you are given. One, right? Also, we said, don't get to the exam hall and start writing because you have seen a suggested solution somewhere. You've crammed it. You want to get to the exam hall and start pouring everything down before you forget. Don't do that. The purpose of any training that you will be attending or anything you'll be doing between now and the next is so that you can build confidence on how to approach the exam on your own, even if anything that we discuss here changes. Because what we've discussed here is framework. Framework is what we've discussed. We've not discussed any answer to anything. And why? It's because so that you don't get to the exam hall and something go and tilt a little bit from what we've discussed as per what you should be expecting, then that will be too disastrous. We want to avoid that. Right. I went to the do. I said, number one thing, as much as possible, you must do is to read through the question. At least you will do two readings. Number one readings, as you are doing those readings, you are picking points with your eyes, you are recording with your brain. Right. You read through, number one. So planning has started. Number two reading is now you go back to the question. That's usually be exhibit 5 or 6. When you get there, you want to look at the two questions or two requirements that you are given. Then you want to analyze this requirement. When you want to analyze this requirement, you open to the back of your answer booklet. From the back of your answer booklet, you want to look at the question. When you are looking at the question in terms of the requirement, you are charting out. You are charting out spaces for how you want to approach the questions or the requirement. What do I mean? They will most likely say they want you to evaluate the financial performance of the business. At the back of your answer booklet, you write somewhere that you are segmenting how you want to address the requirement. You write financial performance. Then you write the things that you want to do under the financial performance. If they give you benchmark in terms of industry average, then you don't need to struggle on the ratios that you want to calculate. Just go and pick the industry average ratios. Go and put it on under that financial performance that you have. Put it there. When you put that under the financial performance, then you go ahead. Let's now say you do not have industry average, but you still need to move on. One of those things you people, everybody on this call must do before the exam day, you want to decide the ratios that you'll be calculating by yourself, the ones that you are comfortable with. Also, ratios have different classes. As much as possible, try to pick at least 2 ratios from each classes, but do not calculate more than 8 ratios. I do not advise that. Moving on, right? That is for financial performance. When you are done listing everything that you are meant to do under the financial performance, this listing is just to codedly list everything that you want to do. When you are done codedly listing everything you want to do, you go back to the requirement. Look out for any other thing that is clearly spelled out that you should do as a requirement. If they say that you should talk about the financial health, it's also the same thing as financial performance. If they say that you should now comment on any certain elements, then go back to the your planning at the back of your answer booklet. Then write out the fact that you must comment on the assets. Write it out. Comment on assets. Then you go back to your answer, your question paper to read the requirements again. While you are analyzing the requirements, you are probably done with analyzing requirement 1. Requirement 2 will most likely be for you to comment or to advise on business proposals or anything that they want to do. And while they are doing that, they will most likely tell you any other thing that they want to tell you. Maybe you should do a sort of business environmental analysis, or you should just do some sort of consider the financial viability of a proposal. If it is just to consider the financial viability of a proposal, then you do not need to spell out external environmental tools like SWOT or PESTEL. You do not need to spell them out, even though you most likely be saying elements of those things in your case study. You do not need to spell them out. But one thing you want to do, if they say that you should assess business proposals and then make decisions for them, go back to the back of your answer booklet. Go and write it out too, that assess business proposal. Then, is it proposal A, is it proposal B, or did they say you should do any other thing? That is that. In all, I am suspecting, or I think, usually you most likely have up to like 3 different segments that you need to chart your plans. Again, financials, performance, or financial aids. Then under that one, they can say you should comment on one particular item. Write it down that you must comment on one particular item. Then the second part, which usually include the financial analysis, like advising on proposal or any form of financial analysis. Usually for this kind of thing, the company is doing too well for you to be struggling or something like that. So most likely they want to expand, most especially for the growth strategies that they've mentioned. It's most likely that they want to expand. And in this case, they've said something. They want to acquire someone, and if they are not able to acquire, they will build on their own. So I'm suspecting that they will want to choose between acquiring or building. In most cases, either of the two, you likely most have to assess the income and the expenditure. That is what you should focus on. Write that one as well at the back of your answer booklet. Why are you writing all of these things at the back of your answer booklet? The answer is simple. It's so that as you continue reading and you see anything that will aid you to communicate the answers that you are going to be writing in your report, you pick them, go back to your answer booklet. Let's say, for example, you see an element that speaks to the fact that cost of sales is being managed, like the way they said that they are doing backward integration. You know that will affect your gross margin. Go back to your answer booklet. Go back to where you have gross margin ratio. Put whatever page you have seen that particular thing there, that there is something there that you must pick from that page. Then move on. Moving on, as you are doing the second reading now, as you are doing the second reading, after you are done with your charting your requirements, you are going on with the second reading. As you are going on with the second reading, have it at the back of your mind. What are ethical considerations I must look out for? Have it at the back of your mind. What are the things that will aid my report writing in terms of the requirements that have been given? What do I mean? Say you have been told to analyze business. Those businesses that you have been told to analyze, there will be most likely financial and non-financial indicators in them. As much as possible, you must pinpoint what the non-financial performance indicators are. So as you are seeing them, let's say, for example, they are saying that if they should go for doing this particular one, they will get one government incentive. Go back and put it under analyzing of that evaluation of business proposal. Go back there and go back under A, whether it's proposal A, write it there. Proposal A, government incentive. Then continue reading. Put the page there as well. Then the next one, let's say for proposal B, they say that if they go for proposal B, they will likely make 100 million in revenue. Go back to your answer booklet, the back of your answer booklet, right there. Proposal B, 100 million in revenue, page 80. Then you continue. With that at the back of your mind, trust me, you are good to go for the exam. Aside from that, while you are done charting your requirements, as you are done charting your requirement, the next thing is that your planning is almost completed. So you go back to your report. Then you start creating your template for your report writing. We have our template. Our template, we usually have our cover page. After our cover page, our contents. Our content page, we usually have our introduction, our executive summary, our introduction and terms of reference, our methodology and procedures, our observations and findings, our conclusions and recommendations, then our appendices. While you have that, the next, that's one page. The next page, write your executive summary at your heading. While you do that, leave one page for your executive summary. Executive summary is usually template based. Since it is template based, it is most likely something you will be able to write even without necessarily finalizing and completing on your observations and findings. So if you can write them or if you can write it immediately, I suggest that you write it immediately. Then the next one is after your executive summary, your introduction and terms of reference. That will also take one page or half a page. Whether one page, whether half a page, you can write that one too almost immediately. Write it almost immediately. The next one is your methodology and procedures. You can also write that one too almost immediately. Write it almost immediately. Then the last one that you probably might not be able to write almost immediately is what? Your findings and observations. When you get to your findings and observations, right, you are not done doing your appendices, you are not done doing many works. So you might not be able to write that one almost immediately. The next thing you want to do is under your findings and observations, write that from our findings, we have discovered the following. Then start financial performance. When you write financial performance as a heading, you leave your space. You write financial performance as a heading. We have analyzed the XYZ financial position using the following ratios. Then you go back to the back of your answer booklet to bring all the ratios that you have said that you are going to analyze. You bring them into your main report, leaving spaces for running your commentaries. before your exam, you must have known how well you are good with running commentaries. Right, I've told us on how to run commentaries on ratios. Number one thing is that to run commentaries on ratio, tell us the result of the ratio. When you tell us the result of the ratio, tell us what caused the result in terms of the elements of the ratio from the financial statement. E.g., for gross profit margin ratio, you have cost of sales and revenue that are elements to them. Tell us what has happened to those gross profit, those cost of sales and revenue. Tell us what has happened to them. Then the next thing is to tell us how you think what has happened to them in terms of the cost as a result of the case study. Go back to the case study. From your reading of the case study, I'm almost sure that you will have seen something that you will have jotted at the back of your answer booklet. So go back to the back of your answer booklet to see what you wrote under gross profit margin, the page that you said you are going to pick information from. Once you see the page, from that page, then write it in full. The next one is that, so in a nutshell, before you know it, you are done with writing your ratio. Then the next thing is, you are not writing your ratios almost immediately, but you know the spaces that you need to leave. Any other thing that they say you need to run commentary on, then leave those spaces, write the heading, leave the space. In a nutshell, for the observation and findings, or findings and observation, go and bring everything that you have at the back of the answer booklet that you said you must touch, bring them into your main report, leaving sufficient spaces for how you are going to deal with them. Then the next thing is your conclusions and recommendations. Conclusion is going to be, as you are doing your findings and observations, they are likely that you are going to be making some conclusions and recommendations within those parts. It doesn't affect the last part of the conclusions and recommendations that you are going to do on the overall report. On the overall report, you are going to just run a quick commentary on your requirements of what is required from you. Tell us what you have seen. Conclusion. Conclusion can also include your professional skepticism activity, your corporate governance or ethical issues, and all of those things. Then recommendations. Recommendations will most likely be what you have decided from your findings and observations, or any other thing that you think that the company should do. All in all, I keep saying this, all in all, the most important thing for you to do is to ensure that you read the case study scenario and you understand it, you assimilate it, and you are able to make professional judgment, and you are able to use the case study in whatever you are doing in your exam. Thank you. Now, I think having said all of this, this would be the end of today's class. I don't know if anybody has any final word, question before we call it a night. But at this time, I think I will hand over to the finance business partners team. Thank you very much, guys, for having me. All the very best in your respective exams. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is a
Really
job well
appreciate.
done. Really appreciate you. You are a
Fantastic.
great person. I loved
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Idris, thank you very much for having this wonderful session with us. Although we are believing that this is not going to be the last conversation we are going to have with you on this regard, as we still expect correspondences via the WhatsApp platform before the exam comes up. So thank you very much, everyone, for attending this session, and we hope that you guys would deliberate on what you have learned and share insights via the WhatsApp group platform.
Yeah, well, I'm still very much available. I'll pass some
don't
things.
forget to share the sheet. Don't forget to share
I'll
your
pass
sheet with
them
us, please.
to AY. I'll pass them to Ayodeji. From there, I'm sure you'll be able to get everything. Thank you very much for having me, guys.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you all.
And good